Chapter 109. It had been nearly half a month since the Dark Elves' allied forces came out of the underground world. In that half a month, they had been holed up in the huge crack in the mountain range, adapting to the difference in the environment between the surface world and the underground world. Yang Feng had thought that the Dark Elves would need at least a month to adapt to the surface world's environment. He hadn't expected that they would launch an attack so quickly and easily capture Fishtooth City. Eunice said with a bitter smile, "The majority of Satsuma Marquisdom's warlock clans have already followed Johann and left this place. Fishtooth City was originally under the control of the said family. After the departure of said family, Fishtooth City will no longer have a warlock family guarding it. Naturally, it will be impossible to resist the attack of the Dark Elves." The Dark Elven Alliance was a powerful force that dared to counterattack the surface world. Each adult Dark Elf had outstanding martial skills and could easily kill a knight-rank powerhouse at night or in the forest. At the same time, they also had wizards, Dark Elven priests, druids and other formidable inheritances whose battle prowess was second only to warlocks. Moreover, they raised a large number of extraordinary life forms as weapons of war. Fishtooth City, which didn't have a warlock family keeping watch, naturally wouldn't be their match. Yang Feng's gaze was cold as he said, "I know. Eunice, pass down my order immediately. Deprive all nobles who leave their territories without permission of all their territories and mineral veins. Since they aren't willing to stay here and resist the Dark Elves' allied forces with me, then all their benefits here belong to me." The Satsuma Marquisdom was extremely fertile and prosperous, possessing countless precious resources. Just the magic stone veins alone numbered in the dozens. It was precisely because of such a huge amount of resources that warlock clans of all sizes could be raised. Steel City's area was much larger than Satsuma Marquisdom, but it didn't have a single magic stone vein. Therefore, it was only controlled by a level one warlock group like Black Cottage. Eunice said, "My lord, only the Imperial Senate or the Black Dragon Tower can give such an order to deprive those nobles of their territories and mineral veins." Although Yang Feng had great power in the Satsuma Marquisdom, and could even formulate laws such as the Constitution, but when it came to aristocrats, warlocks, property, safety, and other matters, they still had to go through the Empire Senate or Black Dragon Pagoda. Yang Feng said, "Then send a letter to the Imperial Senate and the Black Dragon Pagoda and have them issue an order." Eunice was very clever and immediately pointed out the most crucial point. As long as John manipulates it, they will not issue this order at all. They will only continue to delay it. Hardadef was one of the heirs to the throne of the Black Dragon Empire. He had deep roots in the Black Dragon Empire, and he had people in the Imperial Senate. If he wanted to do something big, he might not necessarily be able to accomplish it, but if he wanted to trip Yang Feng up, it couldn't be simpler. So that's how it is. This is a huge pit waiting for me to jump into. Yang Feng frowned, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he sneered, "However, it won't be that easy to make me suffer." Eunice also gave a sweet smile and gave Yang Feng an idea. "That's right, since they left, then we can exploit the ore veins they left behind. In any case, the entire Satsuma Marquisdom is now our territory. If anyone dares to stop us from mining, we'll kill them all." Yang Feng revealed a trace of a smile, embraced Eunice and kissed her. "Good idea. I think so too. Immediately go and arrange for the mining of the ore veins. Before all the ore veins are mined, I won't win against the Dark Elves, nor will I lose." Using those specialized mining robots as well as all kinds of large-scale mining equipment, Yang Feng would definitely be able to mine huge amounts of ore within a short period of time. Within Steel City, all the larger veins were nearly mined out by Yang Feng's mining robots within a short span of a few years. Only then could he build more than 1 million level 7 primary battle robots. If Yang Feng was given a year or two, then all the magic stone or veins in Satsuma Marquisdom would have been completely mined out by him. Baza City. A team of city guards was patrolling above the city wall. The captain of the team had a tall and sturdy build, a head full of short blue hair, a very handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament. Only, his eyebrows were shrouded in a layer of haze. A blonde soldier asked somewhat worriedly, "Ares, I've heard that the Dark Elves have already killed their way out of the ground. Will they attack our Baza City?" Ares raised his eyebrows and berated in a low voice. "Who did you hear this from? Don't spread such baseless words, otherwise, if the higher-ups hear it, then you'll be in big trouble. Also, when patrolling you must call me Captain." "Heh, Captain, what time is it?" All the aristocratic lords in the city have already fled. A soldier with short blue hair swept the 5-storied warlock pagoda above the city wall with a glance. His eyes flashed with a whiff of disdain and he said in a low voice, "Even the bigwigs in those few pagodas have already disappeared. If we don't leave now, then we won't be able to leave even if we wanted to." The complexions of the rest of the soldiers paled and they were panic-stricken. In Tyrandot's subcontinent, all the soldiers were very clear that the most formidable existences in war were warlocks or weapons refined using alchemy. The role of ordinary soldiers was only to occupy the city, maintain public order, clean up the battlefield, search for enemies and other simple tasks. They were unable to play a decisive role. Now that all the warlocks in Baza City had already fled, those soldiers were naturally filled with fear and didn't have any confidence. "Everyone, don't panic. Our new Lord of Satsuma Marquisdom has already arrived. He definitely won't abandon us." Ares saw that the situation was anything but reassuring and immediately shouted, "That's right, the new Lord should be a formidable warlock. Since the new Lord has arrived, he shouldn't abandon us." After hearing Ares' words, the morale of the soldiers was slightly restored. In the Black Dragon Empire, the majority of the lords of earldom and above were formidable warlocks. The people in their territories would basically revere their lords from the bottom of their hearts. Protecting the people in their territories was also the responsibility of the lords. "Look! What's that?" Suddenly, a soldier cried out in alarm and pointed towards the sky. All the soldiers looked towards the sky and their complexions at once became incomparably pale. In the distant sky, there were level 1 extraordinary life-form hippogriffs carrying dark elves flying towards them. Smoke and dust surged on the ground as the huge army of dark elves galloped towards them. After seeing this scene, all the soldiers above the city wall trembled, their eyes flashing with endless fear and despair. Chapter 110. Without a warlock keeping watch, Baza City's warriors basically didn't have the ability to threaten the level 1 extraordinary life-form hippogriffs in the sky. Even if it was a knight-rank archer, without the blessing of a spell to strengthen their physical constitution, even if they shot the hippogriffs, they still wouldn't be able to break through the other party's feathers. A soldier hesitated for a moment before saying, "I've heard that dark elves abduct humans to make love with them and give birth to the next generation. Surrendering might not be so bad." Dark elves were said to be a branch of high elven blood meridians. They possessed high elven blood meridians. Their males were handsome and their females were beautiful. There were no ugly ones. Due to the shackles of their bloodline, the ratio of males to females was 1:20. There were too few males and they were basically studs. Therefore, they would abduct a lot of different races to make love with them and give birth to the next generation. After hearing that soldier's words and thinking of all kinds of legends about the dark elves, the soldiers atop the city wall slightly relaxed and their fighting spirit dissipated. Ares said with a cold smile, "That's right, as long as we human males fall into the hands of the dark elves, then we'll become their breeding tools. However, every man that falls into their hands will have to be bred more than 50 times a day. Which one of you can stand it?" The soldiers atop the city wall thought for a moment before their complexions turned pale. 1 or 2 times a day was enjoyable, but 50 times a day was absolutely fatal. Ares continued to strike back. "Moreover, after they discover that you guys can't be used, they'll throw you alive to feed all kinds of extraordinary life forms. Then they'll giggle from the side as they watch you being eaten alive. Do you still want to surrender like this?" When the soldiers atop the city wall heard that, their bodies turned ice cold. Only now did they realize that the dark elves not only had lascivious characteristics, but also cold-blooded and ruthless, cruel and cunning, and so on. Among the dark elves, there was a type of war weapon called the drow spider. The drow spider was a dark elf who was defeated in a battle and was turned into an evil existence with the lower body of a large spider and the upper body of a dark elf. Drow possessed formidable magical resistance and could walk on all kinds of terrains just like a spider. It could even walk freely on top of city walls. It was a terrifying weapon with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. The ruler of the Dark Elves, Goddess Lolth, was an evil goddess. The Dark Elves also grasped a large number of sinister and taboo spells and rituals. If humans fell into the hands of the Dark Elves, they wouldn't have a good ending. The dozens of hippogriffs in the sky quickly flew above Baza City's city wall. The dark elf archers on the backs of the hippogriffs didn't utter any superfluous words and immediately shot arrows at the warriors above Baza City. The dark elven archers riding on the hippogriffs had superb archery skills. As if they had eyes, the arrows instantly pierced through the bodies of dozens of human warriors, directly nailing them to the ground. Above the city wall of Baza City, many human archers drew their bows and shot arrows towards the sky. A dense rain of arrows flew towards the sky. A despairing scene appeared. Most of the arrows shot by the human archers missed, while a small portion of them were directly slapped away by the hippogriffs. Not a single hippogriffs were injured. The dark elven archers in the sky easily shot down the human archers, killing them one by one. After more than 100 human archers were killed, the morale of the human soldiers on the city wall began to crumble, and they all began to flee down the city wall. Each and every one of them scrambled to be the first to throw away their helmets and armor, and some even killed their companions. Within the headquarters of the allied forces of the Dark Elves attacking Baza City, the Dark Elven commander Biska, with a sexy figure, dressed in a sexy leather armor and exuding a seductive charm, looked at the humans above the city wall who had thrown away their helmets and armor. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a sneer. Biska took out a scimitar, pointed at Baza City, and shouted in a stern voice. Without the support of warlocks, these humans are truly a bunch of wastes. For such wastes to be able to occupy this fertile land for so many years is simply a waste. Under the guidance of Her Majesty the Great Goddess, we'll definitely be victorious and dominate this fertile land. Charge! Up to 4 meters tall drow with the upper body of a huge naked dark elf and the lower body of a sinister spider walked out from the allied forces of the Dark Elves and quickly crawled in the direction of Baza City. Drow, as weapons of war that could walk on top of city walls, were one of the strongest weapons of the Dark Elves. Baza City didn't have any warlocks guarding it. Biska could massacre the defenders of Baza City by relying on the 30 drow. As Biska watched the drow rapidly approach Baza City, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. As long as the drow attacked Baza City and then opened the city gate, the Dark Elven army would be able to easily enter Baza City and easily take control of the city. Johann had taken away the demonic Snake Legion as well as all the warlock families within Satsuma Marquis Dom, leaving Satsuma Marquis Dom without any warlocks to protect it. This made Satsuma Marquis Dom seem as if it had become an egg without a shell, and anyone could easily take a bite out of it. Fishtooth City was also easily captured by the allied forces of the Dark Elves. A city without the protection of warlocks was truly too fragile. At this moment, rumbling sounds of propellers were transmitted from the sky. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flew over from the rear of Baza City. Everyone's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment as they looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters beside them. What's that? Are those new alchemical weapons? Many of the human soldiers raised their heads and looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky, their eyes flashing with a touch of hope. The level of education of the human soldiers wasn't high, but they still knew some legends regarding warlocks. According to the legends, warlock alchemists had the power to manufacture all kinds of outrageous alchemical weapons. Every formidable warlock alchemist had the terrifying power to reverse the tide of a battle. The warriors of the allied forces of the Dark Elves of the Underworld's allied forces watched the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky, their eyes flashing with a touch of uneasiness. In those days, they were suppressed by human warlocks and they were very clear about the strength and terror of human warlocks. Chapter 111. Get rid of them. Biska looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport helicopters and Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters that suddenly appeared in the sky, and her eyes flashed with a touch of unease, before she screamed and ordered. The 60 hippogriffs carrying the Dark Elven archers quickly flew towards the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. There were only 15 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. They had the confidence to get rid of these steel lumps. The hippogriffs had just moved, when the 15 extremely nimble Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters that resembled flying heavy tanks immediately launched. They transformed, unfolded their wings, and at the same time, ejected a powerful stream of air from the propellers beneath their wings. Their speed suddenly soared, and they turned into 15 fighter-like heavy-duty assault helicopters. After the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters transformed, their speed suddenly soared to half the speed of sound. Their cannons rumbled, and countless shells formed a terrifying barrage barreling towards the hippogriff riders in the sky. A hippogriff rider was hit in the chest by a 37.5 mm cannonball, and the upper half of his body was blasted apart. The hippogriff of a hippogriff rider was hit in the head, and the hippogriff rider's head was blasted apart, and the hippogriff rider dropped to the ground. Copious amounts of blood sputtered. One after another, the hippogriff riders were blasted apart, and fell from the sky. The hippogriff riders, who were the best archers of the Dark Elves, also displayed extremely terrifying archery. Their arrows unexpectedly hit the high-speed Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. But it was of no use. Those arrows were basically unable to tear through the tank-like thick armor of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. They merely stuck on the armor of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, and were unable to cause any substantial damage. Long live the Lord! Kill them! Kill those freaks! Long live the Lord! When the humans on the ground saw this scene, they erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Even the stupidest person would know that only their new overlord would be able to send such powerful alchemical weapons to help them. When the warriors of the allied forces of the underworld saw this scene, their complexions at once became very unsightly. The roof of a Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft opened, and a platform appeared, lifting Yang Feng to the roof of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Simultaneously, numerous loudspeakers extended from the roof of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Yang Feng looked down at the Baza City's military and civilians and said faintly, "I'm Rex, the newly appointed Lord of Satsuma Marquis Dom. From today onwards, you're all my people and can obtain my protection. As long as you are loyal to me, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a lord and protect you." Under the effect of the loudspeaker, Baza City's military and civilians could clearly hear Yang Feng's words. "Long live Lord Lake. Long live the great Lord Rex. May the great overlord Rex be eternal." Earth-shaking cheers and praises for Yang Feng were once again transmitted from Baza City. "Those who oppose me will be destroyed." Amidst the cheers of countless people in Baza City, Yang Feng pointed towards the 30 drow. The 15 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky fired their air-to-ground missiles. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering explosions, the 30 drow spider were blown to pieces one by one, fragmented and fragmented. Seeing the 30 drow being blasted into pieces, the complexions of the warriors of the underworld's allied forces became even more unsightly. The 50 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft directly landed on Baza City's city wall. Level 4 primary battle robots successively unloaded and installed the self-propelled artillery, fixed artillery, laser artillery, rocket artillery, howitzers, heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft cannons and many other military weapons inside the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. Yang Feng looked down at the many warriors of Baza City and said in a deep voice as if a god, "Warriors of Baza City, return to your posts and fight in order to protect your homeland." For Rex Darren, for our homeland, brothers, pick up our weapons and fight. Ares raised the blade in his hands and bellowed loudly, "Fight! Fight!" Baza City's human warriors at once raised their weapons and bellowed loudly with rousing morale. Their voices shook the sky and they walked towards their posts one after another. Baza City's human warriors had no lack of brave warriors, but without the support of warlocks, they were just like unarmed people facing fully armed special forces, without any power to resist. Now that Yang Feng had brought a huge number of military weapons to support them, it allowed them to regain their fighting spirit. Yang Feng jumped down from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft and stood on top of the city wall, his gaze cold and detached as he looked at the distant dark elven allied forces. Biska hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and ordered, "Attack!" Following Biska's order, dense crowds of eyeless cavemen poured out of the allied forces of the underground races. Those cavemen were approximately 1.4 meters tall, had huge heads and didn't have eyes. They could only rely on their hearing and the caveman leader's spirit force to guide them. Those cavemen's reproductive ability was extremely terrifying. As long as they were given enough food, a female caveman could give birth to hundreds of offspring in a year. They were weak and had low intelligence. They were the lowest level of existence in the underground world and were the best cannon fodder. A fully armed human soldier could easily kill a few cavemen at the same time. Those cavemen were also very easy to feed. They could survive by eating some leaves and grass. In a short war, even if their numbers were greater, the pressure on the logistics wouldn't be too great. However, those hundreds of thousands of cavemen suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Baza City like countless large man-eating ants. Seeing those densely packed cavemen, the complexions of the human warriors above Baza City's city wall suddenly changed and their eyes flashed with a whiff of fear. There were only 5,000 regular troops within the entire Baza City. If they were to fight in the open, then those hundreds of thousands of cavemen would be able to tear them to shreds. Even if they had the city wall to rely on, it still wouldn't be that simple to kill those hundreds of thousands of cavemen. Open fire! Yang Feng looked at those hundreds of thousands of cavemen with a callous gaze and ordered in a cold voice. The several tens of heavy machine guns above Baza City's city wall instantly spat out countless tongues of flame. A dense hail of bullets formed a terrifying metal storm sweeping towards those cavemen. Chapter 112. Under the frenzied strafing of the several tens of heavy machine guns, thousands upon thousands of caveman warriors were blasted at practically every moment, with blood and limbs splashing in all directions. The incomparably huge caveman legion seemed to have hit an invisible wall, unable to advance by even an inch, before being blasted into pieces by the heavy machine guns. Ares watched as the countless cavemen were blasted into pieces, his heart brimming with shock. So strong! So strong! These are Lord Darren's alchemical war weapons. They're really too strong. When the human warriors above the city wall saw this scene, their hearts brimmed with shock as well. Although the human warriors in Baza City had undergone strict military training, but it was the first time they had seen the terror of warlocks in a large-scale war. The complexions of the warriors of all the races within the Dark Elven Allied Forces headquarters were extremely unsightly when they saw this scene. The cavemen were indeed cannon fodder. An adult dark elf could casually kill several tens of them. But when faced with hundreds of thousands of cavemen, even the dark elven mages would have to retreat. Otherwise, they might be killed by those several 100,000 cavemen. Currently, more than 100,000 cavemen had died before they even approached Baza City's city wall. According to this situation, the cavemen would be completely wiped out before they could even approach Baza City. Biska's complexion was also extremely unsightly. She looked at Baza City from afar, her heart burning with anxiety, her beautiful eyes brimming with gloom, and she was in a dilemma. The Dark Elves' allied forces of the underground world commanded by Biska was only a partial division. The strongest experts in this subdivision merely possessed battle prowess comparable to human level. 2 warlocks. If this subdivision joined hands, they could contend against a human level 3 warlock. However, when she saw the never-before-seen modern war weapons above the city wall, an ominous premonition shrouded Biska's heart and she somewhat wanted to retreat. Biska hesitated for a moment. Then she thought of the punishment she would receive if she failed. She felt a chill in her heart and shouted in a stern voice, "Deploy the giant magical catapults." From the rear of the allied forces, 30 meters long giant trucks pulled by 9 black wildebeests were quickly opened. Sexy and beautiful dark elves quickly assembled many parts engraved with profound runes from the huge trucks. Giant mana catapults that were 30 meters long, engraved with countless mageweths, and equipped with 36 magic stone sockets were quickly assembled. The giant magic energy catapult could throw terrifying boulders with a diameter of more than 20 meters, with a range of up to 5 kilometers. It was one of the Dark Elves' strongest siege weapons. Even if it was a level 3 warlock, their protective force field would be directly smashed and they would be smashed into mincemeat by the boulders of the giant magical energy catapults. The giant magic catapults were extremely precious, and the allied Dark Elves only had 10 of them. Fire! After the Night Elves assembled half of the giant magic energy catapults, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he ordered. 20 self-propelled cannons that hadn't fired before were instantly adjusted by the smart chip and fired. Boom! 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 Along with earth-shattering booms, the 10 newly assembled giant magic energy catapults were engulfed by the artillery fire of the self-propelled cannons, before exploding into pieces and splashing in all directions. Seeing the giant magic energy catapults explode into pieces, the allied Dark Elves immediately split up and fled frantically. The giant magic energy catapults were positioned behind them. Now that the giant magic energy catapults were destroyed by Yang Feng's artillery fire, then Yang Feng's artillery fire could also hit them. Retreat! Retreat! Biska was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood when she saw this scene. She had a gloomy expression as she screamed loudly. Shortly after, the enormous Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld collapsed, before leaving behind countless supply wagons and retreating towards the rear. Long live Lord Rex! Long live Lord Rex! Above Baza City, when the human warriors saw this scene, they erupted into crazy cheers. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's appearance, then they might have already become the captives of the Dark Elves, living a life worse than death. After seeing the Dark Elves' defeat, they were brimming with worship towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the retreating Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. His gaze flickered a few times, but he didn't give the order to pursue. Instead, he let the level 4 primary battle robots continue to hunt down the cavemen. Yang Feng looked at the retreating Dark Elves' allied forces. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Now is still not the time. These Dark Elves can't be defeated yet. With Yang Feng's current forces, he could dispatch a large number of primary battle robots and easily annihilate this wave of Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. But in that case, he would receive the attention of the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. Then the next enemy he would have to face would be God knows how many times stronger. Johann didn't want to completely consume his strength in the continuous battle against the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. That's why he chose to quickly withdraw all of his strength from Satsuma Marquis Dom. Similarly, Yang Feng also didn't want to consume all of his strength in the battle against the Dark Elves' allied forces from the underworld. What's your name? Yang Feng arrived before Ares, looked at the warrior with the most outstanding performance and asked in a deep voice. Ares knelt on one knee on the ground, looked up at Yang Feng and said, "My name is Ares, Darren Lord." Although Ares was a knight rank expert, but he wasn't a warlock, nor was he an aristocrat, so when he saw the Lord, he naturally had to kneel on one knee to show his allegiance. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very fond of your loyalty and bravery. Are you willing to become my retainer?" Ares' eyes flashed with a touch of delight and he said loudly, "Mighty Darren Lord, to become your retainer would be my greatest honor." Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A bronze chest immediately flew out from the dimensional crest and landed in front of Ares. Yang Feng said, "Cut open your wrist and sprinkle your blood all over this chest." Ares didn't hesitate. He directly brandished his sword and cut open his wrist. A large amount of blood spurted out from his blood vessels and sprinkled inside the bronze chest. The bronze chest at once blossomed with a cyan radiance and directly opened, revealing a bronze lion with countless mysterious runes engraved on its body. The bronze lion quickly decomposed into pieces of armor and quickly flew towards Ares, forming a set of bronze armor on his body. There were 9 grooves on the front and back of the bronze armor. Each groove was embedded with an intermediate magic stone. Chapter 113. That bronze-colored armor covered Ares' entire body. Shortly after, an incomparably formidable power was transmitted from the armor, making Ares feel as if his body was brimming with power. Ayo! Ares suddenly faced upwards and issued a bellow. In a flash, a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 1 warlock erupted, pressuring the surrounding ordinary human warriors to the point that they were somewhat breathless. Ares at once knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Many thanks to his lord for bestowing me with power. After wearing this mystical armor, I feel as if my power has been promoted to that of a Sky Knight rank. I'm willing to become his lord's retainer and be loyal to you for generations to come. I'll become your shield, I'll resist all harm for you, I'll become your sharp sword, I'll behead all enemies for you." When the human warriors above the city wall heard Ares' words, their eyes flashed with a whiff of jealousy. Especially the eyes of several great knights whose strength was originally far above Ares. Their eyes were brimming with jealousy and envy. Gazes were concentrated on the bronze-colored armor on Ares' body. Everyone knew that it was definitely a secret treasure made by a formidable warlock alchemist. At the same time, gazes were also concentrated on Yang Feng. Those great knights of Baza City longed to become Yang Feng's retainers like Ares, to obtain the secret treasure that resembled the bronze-colored armor and obtain tremendous power. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and his eyes flashed with a whiff of a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he bestowed Ares with this secret treasure armor that was a fusion of warlock and Shizu technology, in order to win over the hearts of Baza City's people and recruit even more experts. That secret treasure armor could allow a knight rank expert to possess battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 Sky Knight. However, its manufacturing cost was more than 100 times that of a level 7 bladed troop. In terms of quality-price ratio, it simply wasn't worth it. However, in terms of winning over the hearts of the people, the secret treasure armor's value was extremely huge. This secret treasure armor not only made Ares submit to Yang Feng, but at the same time, it also attracted the desire of countless human experts to rely on Yang Feng and obtain power. In this way, Yang Feng could quickly stabilize the hearts of the people in Baza City and recruit a large number of experts. Yang Feng smiled slightly, pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a knowledge crystal immediately appeared in his hand. This secret treasure bronze armor is called Green Fang Lion. I'll now impart to you a cultivation secret method. With the help of the Green Fang Lion, as long as you work hard, Then you can promote to a genuine level 1 Sky Knight within a few years. At that time, coupled with the Green Fang Lion, even a level 2 Warlock may not be your match. A look of ecstasy flashed in Ares' eyes. He immediately took the knowledge crystal and said, "Thank you, my lord." On top of the city wall, all the human experts looked at Ares with jealousy in their eyes. Sky Knights were very rare in Tyrandit subcontinent. On one hand, it was because the gifted geniuses basically walked the warlock's path. On the other hand, it was because secret methods to practice Sky Knights were very rare. A secret method that allowed one to reach the Sky Knight level could create a powerful knight clan. Although a Sky Knight's battle prowess couldn't compare to that of an official level 1 warlock, but a Sky Knight already had the power to kill a level 1 warlock. Such an expert status in Tyrandit subcontinent was still quite high. Yang Feng casually took out a secret method that allowed one to practice until the Sky Knight level. It naturally aroused the envy of countless human knight rank experts. As night fell, the entire land was shrouded in a layer of darkness. Dark elves, as if invisible, blended into the dim light of the night and silently stealthily moved towards Baza City. Dark elves had fallen from the ranks of high elves. They had betrayed the primary god of the elven divine system, the elven ruler Daonas, and worshipped the goddess Lolth. Lolth had also spent a large amount of her divine power to bestow the dark elves with the power of dark blessing. In the darkness they practically had the innate power of invisibility. Furthermore, their physical constitution would increase by 30% in the darkness, and they would possess the innate dark vision, allowing them to clearly see everything in the darkness. Their battle prowess would nearly double. With a little training, they would become one of the most terrifying assassins in the darkness. It was precisely by relying on the power of dark blessing that the dark elves could become an overlord in the underworld where experts were as common as clouds and freaks were as common as rain. Even though the goddess Lolth incited the dark elves to kill each other in order to please her, the dark elves still didn't betray their beliefs because they needed the power of the goddess Lolth. As if invisible, the dark elves easily stealthily moved to a place approximately 100 meters away from Baza City. However, they didn't discover that a place approximately 100 meters away from Baza City was densely interwoven with infrared rays, which were practically invisible to the naked eye, forming a large net. As soon as a dark elf entered that large net, the automatic heavy machine gun mounted on top of Baza City's city wall immediately spun, before madly spitting out countless tongues of flame, directly tearing the dark elf to pieces. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loud mechanically synthesized alarms instantly resounded in Baza City. Huge flares rose into the sky and blossomed with endless radiance. As if small suns, they brightly illuminated Baza City's surroundings. Densely packed human warriors quickly poured out from every corner and rushed towards the city wall. Retreat! Retreat immediately! When Biska, who was in charge of the sneak attack, saw the tyrannical dark elves being blown up one by the automatic machine gun, she was so depressed that she almost wanted to spit blood. She quickly issued the order to retreat. Only then did the tyrannical dark elves retreat, leaving behind several hundred blasted corpses. Yang Feng arrived above the city wall, looked at the several hundred blasted corpses of the dark elves below, and revealed a trace of a smile. They really haven't learned their lesson. But this way, Baza City shouldn't need me to stand guard here. The following plan can also continue. The greatest advantage of the Dark Elves was that they could take advantage of the darkness of the night to launch their attacks. Now that the night raid of the Dark Elves had been thwarted, it wouldn't be so simple for them to attack Baza City. After Yang Feng easily defeated the allied forces of the underworld's Dark Elves, he quickly obtained information on the state of the world from his intelligence network. The Dark Elves united with the underworld's major races and practically captured all of the human warlock strongholds in the underworld. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory and Eyes of Justice, the three major forces had the most strongholds in the underworld. Under the raid of the Dark Elves, they suffered disastrous casualties, with each force losing at least one level 3 warlock. Chapter 114. Rose Garden, Savage Claw, and the Black Dragon Tower immediately abandoned their strongholds in the underground world and retreated to the surface world. They gathered a large number of troops and barely managed to hold the front line. The underground world was the home ground of the Dark Elves and many other races. They could display terrifying fighting strength there. On the other hand, humans would be greatly weakened in the underground world. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory and Eyes of Justice, the three great forces wanted to keep the allied forces of the underworld's races out of their country, thus relying on the stronghold in the underworld to inflict great damage on the allied forces of the underworld's races. On the other hand, Rose Garden, Savage Claw, and Black Dragon Tower chose to disregard the lives and deaths of ordinary people. They retracted their forces and concentrated their forces on defending the important towns on the ground, resisting the attack of the allied forces of the underworld race. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, and Eyes of Justice. After the three great forces suffered from the frenzied attacks in the underworld, they could only choose to retreat to the surface world. The allied forces of the different races in the underworld suddenly slaughtered their way out of the underworld and wantonly burned, killed, and looted in the surface world, venting their anger towards the humans as well as their bestial desires, causing great harm to the humans of the Tyrannid subcontinent. This was a catastrophe that affected half of Tyrannid subcontinent. Practically every day, a large number of humans died. The rogue warlock group scattered in every corner had no choice but to pay a huge price to attach themselves to one large warlock group after another. Xiaofan Town was a small town located within the Satsuma Marquis Dome. Although it was called a small town, the population of Xiaofan Town was as high as 100,000. The reason why Xiaofan Town was able to have such a large population was entirely because there were several huge magic stone veins in the vicinity of Xiaofan Town. Those several magic stone veins belonged to the warlock clan Barankam clan. Although Barankam clan wasn't one of the Black Dragon Empire's 36 Black Dragon Blood Meridian clans, but it was still a Black Demonic Dragon Serpent Blood Meridian Warlock clan second only to the Black Dragon Blood Meridian clans. Experts were as common as clouds in the entire Barankam family, with at least 3 level 3 Warlock rank experts. It was one of the first-rate aristocratic families of the Black Dragon Empire. Xiaofan Town was filled with miners mining magic stone veins, peddlers coming from all over to purchase magic stones, as well as all kinds of prostitutes and mercenaries. A group of knights clad in heavy armor and riding black wildebeests galloped over from afar. "Stop! Who are you?" The 4 warriors in front of Xiaofan Town stepped forward and stopped the team of knights riding on black wildebeest and shouted. The leading knight, Bard, casually threw a document and an identity token to the 4 warriors. He said coldly, "We are Lord Lake's men. This is our proof of identity." A look of mockery flashed in the eyes of the warrior in the lead. He stepped on the document and laughed coldly. "Lord Lake? I only know that Satsuma territory belongs to Lord John. Who the hell is Lord Lake? This is the territory of the Barankam family. You're not welcome here. Get lost." The other 3 warriors also sneered as they looked at Bard and the knight behind him with ridicule. Barankam family was backed by Johann and was also one of the Black Dragon Empire's influential families. They were extremely arrogant and naturally didn't care about Yang Feng. Bud raised his brows and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "I'm the envoy sent by Lord Rex. Get your Xiaofan Town's mayor to come out and see me." The leading warrior said with a cold smile, "Our Xiaofan Town's mayor can be met by a waste like you? Get lost, you're not welcome here." Bard swept the warrior with an ice-cold gaze and waved his hand. The entire team of knights immediately turned around and galloped back the way they came. The leading warrior spat at Bard's back and said with a cold smile, "Pah! A bunch of wastes. They're really all kinds of fellows. I thought that they would come and fight us. It seems that Lord Lake isn't anything special. His subordinates are all wastes." The 4 warriors of the Barankam family at the entrance ridiculed and ridiculed. "What's that?" Suddenly, the warrior of the Barankam family pointed ahead and said. The other 3 warriors looked ahead and saw a team of 200 people clad in a layer of black armor. They were so tightly covered that they couldn't be clearly seen. The cavalry was galloping towards them. The captain's complexion changed and he roared loudly, "This is the territory of the Barankam family, stop at once." The team of cavalrymen clad in a layer of black armor were silent. Instead, they urged the black wildebeests under them to increase their speed once again. "Enemy attack!" The captain was also an elite of the Barankam family. He immediately took out a cylinder and crushed it. A 7-colored radiance instantly shot out from the cylinder and entered the sky, blossoming with incomparably dazzling 7-colored radiance. The entire Xiaofan Town immediately transmitted with incomparably loud and clear alarms. The captain had just finished, when the team of cavalrymen galloped their horses and arrived before him. A knight brandished his up to 2 meters long great sword and fiercely chopped at the captain, easily chopping him into 2. The other 3 knights also brandished their great swords and instantly chopped the remaining 3 warriors into 2. After the terrifying team of cavalrymen killed the 4 warriors of the Barankam family, they galloped towards Sharon town like a gust of wind. Sharon town was surrounded by a up to 6 meters tall city wall. 300 fully armed warriors stood on top of the city wall. The 200 cavalrymen had just approached Sharon town, when a rain of several tens of arrows shot towards them from above the city wall. The 200 cavalrymen casually pushed aside the rain of arrows. Above the city wall, an Earth Knight rank warrior roared sternly, "Who are you? This is the territory of the Barankam family. You dare to offend our Barankam family. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated?" The Barankam family had deep roots. If they left the Black Dragon Empire, they could establish a small kingdom in a remote country. With the strength of the Barankam family, they could easily destroy some small warlock clans. In the entire Black Dragon Empire, there weren't many people who would dare to provoke them. The knight covered in a layer of black armor leaped into the air and erupted with a terrifying life force. He brandished his 2 meters long greatsword and madly chopped at the Earth Knight. Chapter 115. The Earth Knight's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment. He stimulated all of his strength and blocked with his fine steel sword. The 2 swords clashed. The black-armored knight's greatsword at once chopped the fine steel sword in the Earth Knight's hand, then conveniently chopped the Earth Knight into 2 halves from head to toe, blood spurting in all directions. The black-armored knights leaped and directly jumped onto the huge city wall. They rushed into the crowd like fiends reaping human lives and opened up a massacre. The Sharon village's warriors were well-equipped and well-trained. But their strength and equipment were completely not on the same level as those black-armored knights. They were easily beheaded by those black-armored knights. After beheading all the warriors, those black-armored knights opened Sharon village's gate. They mounted their black wildebeests and continued to gallop towards Sharon village's mayor's residence. "Who are you?" When that team of cavalrymen had just arrived in the vicinity of Sharon village's mayor's residence, an extremely formidable life force erupted in a flash. A blonde and blue-eyed middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in a white armor and holding a secret treasure greatsword unhurriedly walked out, his eyes flashing with graveness as he looked at the 200 black-armored knights. Sky Knight Abel. This was the strongest expert of the Barankam family that was guarding Sharon town. He had a whole set of secret treasure equipment, some rogue level. 1 warlock's with weak strength might not be his match. The black-armored knight at the head didn't say any superfluous words. He instantly erupted with a formidable life force comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. His whole body blossomed with faint radiances blessed by spells. He swept towards Abel with a lightning-fast momentum and chopped at Abel with his sword. Abel's complexion abruptly changed. He urged the life energy in his body to stimulate the secret treasure armor on his body. 3 level 1 auxiliary spells, Brute Strength, Lighten, and Haste, enveloped his body in a flash, instantly increasing his strength by a large margin. He ferociously raised the secret treasure greatsword in his hand and pointed at the black-armored knight's greatsword. Ding! Along with a loud sound, Abel was immediately jolted back by 3 or 4 steps. The secret treasure greatsword in his hand at once spurted a fireball towards that black-armored knight. The level 1 secret treasure greatsword flamesword in Abel's hand had the level 1 spell fireball sealed on it. He could release 1 fireball per day. This was his most powerful trump card to reverse the situation. 2 black-armored knights stepped forward in a split second and raised 2 large shields. 2 transparent protective covers appeared in a flash. The fireball slammed into the 2 transparent shields, directly blasting one of them into smithereens and dissipating. 6 black-armored knights stepped forward in a split second and madly stabbed at Abel with their greatswords in their hands. After the 6 black-armored knights' heads were chopped off, they of their heads, of their bodies, of blood, they madly stabbed at Abel. Abel's body. After their of Abel of their heads of their bodies, their Abel's blood of his of the mountain of his, they of it. The level 1 spell warping force field on Abel's secret treasure armor burst out in a flash, directly deflecting the 6 sharp greatswords to the side, avoiding that sure kill attack. At that moment, the leader of the black-armored knights swung his sword and slashed at Abel with all his might. Abel hurriedly raised his sword to block, and was forced to retreat 6 to 7 steps by the black-armored knight. The other 6 black-armored cavalries took the opportunity to swing their greatswords horizontally, chopping at Abel's body. They forcibly split Abel's protective armor and conveniently chopped him into several pieces. The leading black-armored knight waved his sword and chopped off Abel's head, then pointed at the mayor's house. The black-armored cavalrymen immediately charged into the mayor's house. Waves of blood-curdling screeches came from the Sharon village's mayor's house. Not long after, the group of black-armored cavalries galloped out of the Sharon village's mayor's house, their bodies covered in blood, and quickly left Sharon village. In Sharon town, no one dared to obstruct that fiendish black-armored knight. Not long after that team of black-armored knights left, Bud led a team of knights and directly entered Sharon town. As soon as Bart entered Sharon town, he beheaded a few dozen thugs that were looting everywhere. Then, he sent people to invite all the reputable people in Sharon town. Bud beamed as he looked at those reputable people in Sharon town and said, "I'm Lord Rex's subordinate Bud. I've been tracking the remnants of a dark elven tribe until I arrived here. Unfortunately, I was too late." He couldn't save Sharon town's mayor's family. Now, according to Lord Rex's orders, the entire Sharon town is under military control. I have the authority to kill anyone who disobeys Lord Rex's orders on the spot. If anyone has any different opinions, feel free to speak up. It was unknown how many years those reputable people of Sharon town had lived here. Many of them had seen the destruction of one warlock clan after another for the sake of magic stone veins. Mortals like them only had a bit of money, but they couldn't contend against those warlock groups. Now that Bud had clearly come for the magic stone veins in the vicinity of Sharon town's reputable people naturally didn't dare to contend against him. Our entire Sharon town welcomes Lord Bud's arrival. Our Sharon town is willing to obey Lord Rex's orders. After a moment of silence, those Sharon town's reputable people felt Bud's murderous gaze. One after another, a touch of a flattering smile hung on their faces as they said loudly. Bud swept those Sharon town's reputable people with a glance. His eyes flashed with a touch of contempt and a smile. As long as these Sharon town's reputable people didn't fall into disorder, then the entire Sharon town wouldn't fall into disorder. That very night, a huge convoy consisting of heavy-duty trucks, towing all kinds of heavy mining equipment, directly entered Sharon town. They then passed through Sharon town and advanced towards the magic stone veins. Very quickly, mechanical rumbling sounds were transmitted from within the magic stone veins. Sharon town had already been operated by Barankum family for more than 100 years. Even though Sharon town had already been cleansed by those black-armored knights, there were still many Barankum family spies. Those spies passed on everything they saw to Barankum family through various means. Yang Feng practically used thunderous methods to clean up the magic stone veins that originally belonged to the various great warlock clans within Satsuma Marquis-dom. He swallowed all of those magic stone veins and then frantically mined them. Under his desperate mining, he would obtain more than 5 million inferior magic stones every day. Apart from that, there were also a large number of accompanying intermediate, superior and even a small number of top-notch magic stones. After those warlock clans' magic stone veins were seized by Yang Feng, it set off a huge wave. Those warlock clans whose interests were damaged one after another went to the aristocratic senate to demand that their ownership of the veins be restored and that Yang Feng be punished. Chapter 116. In the garden of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial palace. The emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, Solomon, was sitting on a chair with 2 sexy girls in his arms. Several beautiful girls were standing to the side, peeling fruits and feeding them to his mouth. A middle-aged man walked up to Solomon and handed him a document. "Your Majesty, these are petitions from the 28 warlock families of Satsuma Marquis-dom. Your Majesty, please issue a decree to strip Laker of his Viscount title and all the rights to his territory. At the same time, return the magic stone mines to his family." This middle-aged man was Black Dragon Empire's General Manager of Internal Affairs Bennett Gott. He possessed the terrifying strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. He was also Solomon's absolute confidant and held great power in the Black Dragon Empire. Solomon picked up the document and swept it with a glance, before throwing it aside and saying lightly, "Rex really occupied the magic stone veins of the 28 warlock families?" A strange glint flashed in Benegot's eyes as he said provocatively, "Yes." Although Laker had disguised himself as a dark elf and handed over a few hundred dark elf corpses, the dark elf king was still a dark elf. However, his men quickly occupied those magic stone veins and began to mine them like crazy. According to all the signs, it's very likely that he's taken over those magic stone veins. Solomon chuckled. What's the big possibility? Those magic stone mines were forcibly occupied by him. Bennett hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, forcibly occupying a noble's magic stone vein is a capital offense. The Satsuma Marquis-dom had a large number of magic stone veins. It was one of the territories with the most magic stone veins in the Black Dragon Empire. However, the majority of the magic stone veins were occupied by warlock families. According to Black Dragon Empire's laws, even Johann was unable to invade those magic stone veins. Now those magic stone veins were forcibly occupied by Yang Feng. According to Black Dragon Empire's laws, Yang Feng would definitely be sentenced to death. He's smart. He didn't blatantly invade, but used a dark elf as an excuse. Moreover, the timing was also very clever. If we deprive him of his title and territory, who will go to the Satsuma Marquisdom to fight those dark elves? Benegot fell silent as well. In the Black Dragon Empire, there were 8 exits connected to the underground world. One of them was blocked by Yang Feng. In the other 7 directions, the warlocks of Black Dragon Empire and the Dark Elves were fighting each other endlessly, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Unless a large number of experts were transferred from the Black Dragon Tower's headquarters to the Satsuma territory, it would be impossible to find a mobile force to suppress the Satsuma territory's Dark Elves allied forces from the underground world. Solomon smiled. He is very valuable now. He was also very clear that he was very valuable, which was why he was so ruthless. Such a young man really can't be underestimated. Solomon said faintly, Benegot, send a message to Lake. I want 40% of the magic stones mined from the magic stone vein. Although Solomon was the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire and controlled a huge amount of resources, many of those resources belonged to the empire and not to him. Although he could use the Black Dragon Empire's vast resources to cultivate, he had never relaxed his collection of private resources. In the future, after Solomon abdicated, he would have to use his own private resources to train. Of course, the Black Dragon Pagoda would also allocate a portion of its resources for him to cultivate, but for things like resources, the more the better. Benedict replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Fire Kingdom was one of the largest kingdoms in Tyrandot subcontinent, second only to the Black Dragon Empire and a few other empires. The warlock group that ruled Fire Kingdom was Fire Pagoda. Fire Pagoda's master was the great warlock Traximus. Fire Pagoda was a peak warlock group second only to Tyrandot subcontinent's 6 great forces. Traximus was also recognized as one of Tyrandot subcontinent's strongest experts, possessing terrifying strength infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock. If it wasn't for the fact that Fire Pagoda only had him as a great warlock, then Fire Pagoda might even be promoted to Tyrandot subcontinent's 7th great force. Fire Pagoda was located in Fire Kingdom's Valley of Flames. That Valley of Flames was a valley formed by more than a dozen active volcanoes. Traximus used a terrifying spell to directly integrate those more than a dozen active volcanoes into Valley of Flames' defensive system, before establishing a 7-story-tall Warlock Pagoda in Valley of Flames. With that Warlock Pagoda as the core, a beautiful and moving city was built. In that Valley of Flames, there were several hundred Warlock Pagodas with at least 3-story tall, forming a group of Warlock Pagodas. More than 30,000 apprentice warlocks studied all kinds of knowledge in this Valley of Flames, while more than 200,000 ordinary people worked here, serving those apprentice warlocks as well as warlocks. Inside that 7-story-tall Warlock Pagoda, the door at the top slowly opened. An old man with white hair and a pair of spirited eyes, seemingly brimming with even more vigor than a youngster, dressed in a chong pao embroidered with flames and a golden thread on the cuffs of the chong pao, unhurriedly walked out. This old man was Fire Pagoda's master, Traximus. After Traximus walked out of the door, his body at once turned into a ball of flames, disappearing from where he stood, before strangely appearing in a secret room. In the secret room, there stood a seductive female warlock with a fiery and sensual figure, a pair of huge breasts nearly bursting out of her clothes, a pair of slender and beautiful legs, dressed in a silver low-cut warlock robe with a slit. The whole secret room was filled with an incomparably wonderful fragrance. Traximus' eyebrows creased slightly as he said, Anna, what the hell is going on? Didn't I say that if there's nothing urgent, then don't disturb me? Anna said with a worried expression. Teacher, the Dark Elves have joined forces with the underworld's many races and have already come out of the underworld. Traximus sneered and said extremely contemptuously, Dark Elves? Trifling Dark Elves aren't enough, they're only fit to be our playthings. Tyrandot subcontinent's Dark Elves were toys and pets captured from other planes by human warlocks in ancient times. As a peak great warlock, Traximus naturally wouldn't put trifling Dark Elves in his eyes. Teacher, since you're sure that you can deal with them, then that's for the best. Anna seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. She gave an extremely charming smile. Her tender body swayed slightly. The loose warlock gown faintly revealed a large expanse of her snow-white skin. Traximus's gaze shifted and fell on Anna's snow-white skin. His breathing became slightly hurried. With a flash of magic radiance, all of his clothes flew to one side. He grabbed Anna and revealed a trace of a lascivious smile. "You little slut, did you miss me these past few days?" Anna moaned and threw herself into Traximus's embrace. Chapter 117. At once, the two people intertwined. At the most crucial moment, Anna's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She turned around and embraced Traximus. Her cherry lips parted and a black light instantly shot out from her mouth, piercing Traximus's heart. "Fuck! You dare betray me!" Traximus's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. He bellowed madly and erupted with the terrifying life force of a great warlock rank in a flash. An incomparably terrifying flame erupted in a flash and a claw dug towards Anna's heart. "Save me!" Anna faced upwards and uttered an incomparably mournful scream. She merely possessed the strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. In front of the great warlock Traximus, she was merely a slightly stronger mouse. She was basically unable to withstand his furious blow. Traximus's claw pierced into Anna's heart. Flames erupted in a flash and directly burned Anna into a pile of ashes. Gotcha! Suddenly, a handsome man dressed in black appeared at the side of the secret room. He looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. In his right hand was a death substitution wood carving, while on his left hand was Anna, who should have been dead. That young man gracefully bowed towards Traximus and said with a faint smile, "Nice to meet you, Lord Traximus. My name is Bartolio, and my race is what you humans call the fiendish demon race. I'm very happy to meet you." Traximus's eyes spurted traces of flames. He clutched his chest, glared at Anna and roared with incomparable fury. "Why did you betray me? Anna, I've been so good to you. Why did you betray me?" "Traximus, I've never loved you. Ever since you burned my most beloved Lek to death, I've always wanted to kill you. I joined Fire Pagoda in order to kill you. I've already waited for 100 years for this day." Under the support of these demons, I was able to quickly grow from an ordinary apprentice warlock with an intermediate level 4 soul aptitude to a genius with an inferior level 6 soul aptitude and promote to a level 1 warlock, thus entering your line of sight. I was the one who let these demons in. All of Fire Pagoda's spell nodes have already been destroyed. You can no longer draw support from the Warlock Pagoda's power. What you've been afflicted with is the demonic demon clan's bone-rotting poison. As time passes, you'll only become weaker and weaker. Eventually, even your bones will slowly melt and you'll die. Anna smiled maliciously and said with incomparable resentment, "Bone-corroding poison." Traximus felt a chill in his heart. He frantically circulated his mental power and stimulated the powerful life energy in his body in an attempt to force the bone-corroding poison out of his body. Bone-eroding poison was a highly toxic poison developed by Hellion clan and used against human warlocks. It was a terrifying poison refined from the heart blood of venomous Hellions. Depending on the different materials, even if it was a great warlock rank expert, if they weren't a poison-attributed great warlock, then they would still have a slim chance of surviving the bone-rotting poison. Too late. If you are given time, you might be able to neutralize the bone-rotting poison. However, I won't give you that chance. Badalio faintly smiled, and his body instantly dispersed and disappeared. In a flash, an extremely sharp bone spur burst out from Traximus's shadow and pierced his head. With a forceful twist, Traximus's head was smashed to pieces. Fire Pagoda's master, the great warlock Traximus, died in such a sullen manner, without being able to display his terrifying battle prowess. Badalio picked up the robe that Traximus took off, swept it with a glance, and revealed a trace of a smile. Superior teleportation, superior warping force field, superior curse resistance, superior wind control. This magic flame robe is worthy of being a legend-rank secret treasure. Yang Feng looked at the intelligence reports coming from all over. His eyebrows creased slightly and thoughts of retreating arose in his heart. He had already built the portable fortified stronghold and had stockpiled a large amount of magic stones, steel and energy crystals inside. Even if he were to withdraw to the main continent, he would still be able to quickly develop it again. Within a short period of a month, 10 human great warlocks had already been killed or seriously injured. Tarandat's subcontinent's 6 great forces were still fighting on their own. They didn't join forces. Yang Feng felt that the human warlock's odds of success weren't great. He had already made preparations to flee. Chapter 118. Ever since the portable fortified stronghold was built, the battle potential of the primary battle robots in Yang Feng's hands suddenly skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. However, he also didn't have the intention to use his main battle robots to fight desperately for the humans of Tyrandot subcontinent. Now, after he dispatched his primary battle robots to help Tyrandot subcontinent's humans defeat the allied forces from the underworld's races, then he might become the enemy of Tyrandot subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, and then his development would be restricted by the 6 great warlock groups, without any benefits. Moreover, Yang Feng wasn't a native of Tyrandot subcontinent. He also didn't have the noble sentiment of risking his life for the subcontinent's people without asking for anything in return. Naturally, he would not be willing to throw his combat power into a dangerous war without any returns. Eunice, Judy, Shui, the people that Yang Feng valued more had already returned to Giant Stone City. Yang Feng could start the portable fortified stronghold and flee at any time. A crisp bell suddenly sounded beside Yang Feng. He put on his helmet. The eyes of the liquid metal robot named Yang Yi glowed red as he walked towards the meeting hall. "Greetings, City Lord." Alan, who was dressed in a silver-white warlock's robe with a silver thread on the cuffs, saluted respectfully towards Yang Feng. Relying on the huge amount of resources provided by Yang Feng, Alan had finally successfully promoted to a level 1 warlock not long ago. This made him feel even more grateful and awed towards Yang Feng. "What is it?" Warlock College Antalia's Eudirax Darren requests an audience. "Then tell him to meet me in the parlor." City Lord, Eudirax didn't come alone this time. The patriarch of the Fernandro family, Lei Mix, has also come. Yang Feng was very surprised. Lei Mix? Why is he here? Yang Feng's Steel City practically swallowed half of Fernandro Principality and developed by stepping on Fernandro family's head. Fernandro family's people wished that they could pull out Yang Feng's tendons, pull out his bones and burn him to ashes. However, the corpses of more than 300 spies and assassins would fall outside Black City every year, showing the terror of Steel City's mechanical legion, making Fernandro clan basically unable to do anything. Yang Feng thought for a while and then said, "Let him come as well." Even if a powerful politician encountered the enemy who killed his father, he would still cooperate and form an alliance for the sake of his own interests. Although Yang Feng wasn't a qualified politician, but he didn't have any qualms about meeting Fernandro clan's people. After all, it was him who took advantage of the Fernandro clan, and not the other way around. Black City, inside the reception hall. As soon as Yang Feng saw Eudirax, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Eudirax, my good friend. What brings you here this time?" At that time, Eudirax gave Yang Feng a life-saving wooden card and saved him at that time. Yang Feng was grateful to him. Eudirax said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, I've come with an order from Warlock College Antalya. The Senate orders you to immediately dispatch troops to Fernandro's capital for defense." Yang Feng readily agreed. "No problem." Eudirax heaved a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Yang Feng would sternly refuse this order. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. Lei Mix, a handsome middle-aged man standing beside Eudirax, heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "As long as Warlock College Antalya allocates 30 million magic stones to me, then I'll immediately dispatch troops." Directly disobeying Warlock College Antalya's order was extremely unwise. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't obediently obey Warlock College Antalya's order and go fight to the death for Fernandro Principality. Eudirax's smile stiffened at once. The beautiful, pure and brimming with a noble temperament, the beautiful young lady Jessica looked pitifully at Yang Feng and implored softly, "Respected Steel City's City Lord Darren, I'm Jessica, Fernandro Principality's Fernandro clan's 3rd successor. 30 million magic stones is too much. Our Fernandro clan is unable to come up with such a huge sum. Could you make an exception? Our Fernandro clan is willing to come up with 300,000 magic stones. Please send troops to support us." Yang Feng's gaze fell on Jessica and he revealed a trace of a smile. Fernandro clan's Jessica was recognized as one of the strongest few geniuses among the students of Yang Feng's same batch. In a short span of 2 years, she had already promoted to a level 2 apprentice warlock. She was pursued by countless male students in Warlock College Antalya, and was recognized as one of the 4 great beauties among the students of Yang Feng's batch. Yang Feng said faintly, "All right, I'll send an infantry regiment to support you. After Yang Feng took control of Steel City, he immediately reorganized the army, changing it into the Earth's military system that he was most familiar with. An infantry regiment had about 1,500 soldiers. Jessica's pretty face changed slightly, revealing a delicate and pitiful expression. She implored softly, "Could you please send 5 mechanized infantry divisions to support us?" Over the past 2 years, many factions had sent spies into the City of Steel, many of whom had official identities. Under those people's investigations, some intelligence that Yang Feng had deliberately released was also directly grasped by them. Only then did Jessica understand what a mechanized infantry division was. In Black Dragon Empire, the large number of heavy artillery sold by Yang Feng had already displayed a tremendous might in the war. Black Dragon Empire's aristocrats had placed a large number of orders with Yang Feng to purchase all kinds of heavy artillery. Now in Tyrandot subcontinent, many forces were aware of the might of Steel City's heavy artillery. In Tyrandot subcontinent, there were also a lot of formidable weapons manufactured by warlock advanced alchemists, many of which were even more terrifying than those heavy artillery. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, Steel City's heavy artillery was the most cost-effective. One had to know that the price of a level 1 fireball spell scroll was more than 10,000 magic stones. In small-scale battles, a level 1 fireball could help a level 1 warlock defeat another level 1 warlock. However, in large-scale battles, the might of a fireball was far inferior to the might of a large-caliber heavy artillery shell. Yang Feng very conscientiously priced a large-caliber heavy artillery shell at 500 magic stones. Each of Yang Feng's mechanized infantry divisions was equipped with a large number of tanks, self-propelled artillery, rocket artillery, heavy-duty armed helicopters, bombers and transport aircraft. That was why Jessica wanted Yang Feng to send his mechanized infantry divisions to support them, instead of casually sending some cannon fodder. 1,500 unarmed and untrained people were sent to the battlefield. Their value was not even comparable to that of 50 fully armed and well-trained real soldiers. Chapter 119. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Mechanized infantry divisions? That's impossible. The selling price of our alchemical heavy artillery is at least 100,000 magic stones. A shell is 500 magic stones. Each of my mechanized infantry divisions possesses at least 100 heavy artillery. A mechanized infantry division is worth at least 100 million magic stones. How is it possible for me to send them to protect your Fernandro family for free?" Jessica's smiling face stiffened. Her expression at once became incomparably gloomy, revealing a pitiful expression that aroused people's tenderness. Lei Mix took a step forward, looked at Yang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, this is an order issued by Warlock College Antalya. Don't tell me you want to go against the college's order?" Yang Feng said with a sneer, "How could I go against the college's order? Warlock College Antalya only ordered me to support you, but didn't specify how to support you." Udarak said in a deep voice, "Yang Yi, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. If Fernandro Principality is destroyed, then the next target of the allied forces of the different races will be you. If you send troops to guard Fernandro Principality, then the war will only break out in Fernandro Principality. It won't affect you much. Even if Fernandro Principality is destroyed, then you can still calmly organize a second line of defense." Lemix's and Jessica's complexions at once became extremely unsightly, but they were very smart to maintain their silence. Yang Feng gave a slight smile and said without yielding an inch, "Unless Fernandro Principality's territory completely belongs to me, otherwise, it's impossible for me to dispatch my mechanized infantry divisions." Jessica's pretty face surged with a touch of a holy radiance of self-sacrifice. She took a step forward, looked straight at Yang Feng and pleaded softly, "Respected Yang Yi Darren, if you're willing to dispatch 3 mechanized infantry divisions to reinforce Fernandro Principality, then I'll send 3 mechanized infantry divisions as reinforcements. Then, regardless of success or failure, I'm willing to become your woman and completely obey any of your demands." Yang Feng gave a faint smile, directly striking at Jessica's self-esteem and said, "I'm sorry, but I think that you're worth less than 100 million magic stones." Jessica's pretty face paled, her beautiful eyes surged with a touch of humiliation. She retreated and her eyes surged with traces of mist. In the slave market, 1 magic stone could already buy a rather beautiful virgin. With 1 million magic stones, one could even buy some level 1 warlock female slaves in some special slave markets. With such a huge sum of 100 million magic stones, Yang Feng could purchase enough resources to promote to a level 2 warlock. Eudirax pondered for a while before slowly saying, "All right, I promise you. As long as you dispatch troops to defend the capital of Fernandro Principality, then the entire Fernandro Principality will be under your control in the future." Upon hearing this, Lamix and Jessica's expressions changed drastically. They stared at Eudirax in disbelief. Fernandro Principality was the foundation of the Fernandro family. Although there weren't many magic stone veins within Fernandro Principality, but it was rich in natural resources and had a huge population. It could completely become the foundation and land of inheritance of a level 3 warlock clan. Previously, Yangfeng Steel City only had an annual income of 3,000 plus magic stones. That was because he didn't put much effort into managing his territory. At the same time, countless resources were used to manufacture the Mechanical Legion, which was why the income was so low. Yang Feng said with some surprise, "Eudirax, have you obtained Warlock College Antalia's authorization?" The Southern States Coalition was under the control of Warlock College Antalya. Every principality had a master. Any changes require the approval of Warlock College Antalya's Senate. I have authorization. This is the mainland's Holy War Decree jointly issued by Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Rose Garden, Savage Claw and Black Dragon Pagoda. In this human's holy war, any force that defeats the Underworld's coalition and obtains a piece of land, as long as they can hold on until the end of the holy war, then that piece of land will become the force's territory. As long as you have the ability, then Cineris Principality and Potent Principality can be brought under your control. Eudirax said faintly. After the Underworld's allied forces led by the Dark Elves assassinated 10 human great warlocks, they swept through Tyrandot's subcontinent like a whirlwind. Top forces with great warlocks keeping watch, as well as some level 3 warlock forces with powerful inheritances and at least 7-story-tall warlock pagodas, could barely hold on to their foundations. Forces without level 3 warlocks simply couldn't resist the assault of the Underworld's allied forces. Cineris Principality and Potent Principality, the 2 great principalities, had already been defeated by the Underworld's allied forces and annexed. Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any interest in dispatching troops to confront the Underworld's allied forces, but now he was extremely interested. The combined area of Cineris Principality and Potent Principality, the 2 great principalities, was more than 50 times that of Satsuma Marquis Dom. Although the 2 great principalities' magic stone veins were far from that of Satsuma Marquis Dom, but they were still rich in resources required for warlocks to practice cultivation. If the 2 great principalities were to be annexed, then Yang Feng's forces would once again surge by a large margin. Yang Feng said decisively, "All right. I'll dispatch troops tomorrow." Lamix was silent for a moment, then said unhurriedly, "Yang Yi Darren, I have the corpse of an adult Moffin demonic polar bear, containing its fur, bones and crystal core. I'm willing to offer this Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse to you." Eudirax exclaimed, "Moffin demonic polar bear. That's an extraordinary life form capable of manipulating the power of the earth. After reaching adulthood, it possesses battle prowess comparable to that of a great warlock rank." Yang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard that. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. It was definitely a rare treasure. Furthermore, by relying on the formidable manufacturing ability of the portable fortified stronghold, as long as there was a complete great warlock rank extraordinary life form corpse, then it could be transformed into a great warlock rank mechanical battle beast. In Tyrandot subcontinent, the corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was priceless. It was a peerless treasure that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Once it appeared, it would basically be carved up by those great warlock rank experts. Even if Yang Feng had a huge amount of magic stones, he still wouldn't be able to purchase a great warlock rank extraordinary life form corpse. Yang Feng suppressed the longing in his heart and said without batting an eyelid, "What do you want?" As long as Lamix didn't make any excessive demands, then Yang Feng intended to agree. Lamix said unhurriedly, "I want our Fernandro Principality to continue on and not be destroyed in this time's holy war. In addition, I also hope that Jessica can marry you's only blood relative, Yang Feng." Jessica looked at Lamix with an astonished expression, yet very rationally maintained her silence. Chapter 120. Yang Feng thought for a moment, then immediately made a prompt decision and said, "All right, I agree." Immediately creating a great warlock rank mechanical battle beast could greatly enhance Yang Feng's overall strength. It would allow Yang Feng to have one more trump card to rapidly expand. After Yang Feng annexed a few principalities, Fernandro Principality would no longer be important to him. After all, Fernandro Principality didn't have a lot of resources. A trifling Satsuma Marquisdom's resources were several times more than it. Lei Mix gave Yang Feng a bronze-colored ring. Inside this space ring is the corpse of the Moffin demonic polar bear. This space ring was a level 3 secret treasure. It was extremely precious. It was also a treasure that had been passed down in Fernandro family for more than a millennium. Space treasures had always been rare in Tyrandot subcontinent. They were basically in the hands of some formidable existences at level 3 warlock rank and above. Fernandro family had once produced a level 3 warlock. Only then could they possess a space ring. Yang Feng picked up the space ring, swept it with his spirit force and sensed that the space ring was a 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meter medium space ring. Inside the space ring, there was an enormous Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse covered in white fur. The Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse was obviously very well protected. Even though God knows how many years had passed, it still exuded formidable fluctuations of power that couldn't be underestimated. Good stuff. Yang Feng praised. His mind moved and he directly released the Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse, then pressed the dimensional crest on his chest and at once stored the Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse inside the dimensional crest. Eudirax's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene. Even he, a level 2 warlock from a prestigious family, didn't have a space treasure, yet Yang Feng actually had one. It filled his heart with shock. Here you go. Yang Feng casually tossed the space ring to Lei Mix. After Lei Mix received the space ring, he heaved a long sigh of relief. That was one of Fernandro family's heirlooms. If it wasn't for Fernandro clan reaching a critical juncture, then he absolutely wouldn't offer such a treasure to Yang Feng. Yang Feng casually tossed a dimensional badge towards Jessica. Since you're my nephew's fiancée, then I'll give you this treasure. There are 5 mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks. Remember to release them to protect your safety. After Jessica received the dimensional badge, she scanned the dimensional badge with her spirit force. After discovering the huge space inside the dimensional badge, a look of ecstasy welled up on her pretty face. She bowed to Yang Feng in salute and said respectfully, "Thank you for the treasure, sir." Eudirax glanced at Jessica with envy flashing in the depths of his eyes. The mechanical golems with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. Each one of them was of great use to a level 2 warlock like him. Eudirax, my nephew Yang Feng has received your care in Warlock College in Talia. I hope you like this mechanical puppet. Yang Feng waved his hand. A level 2 bladed troop immediately walked out from the side hall and arrived beside Eudirax. The bladed troop's eyes flashed with a red light. A formidable force field comparable to that of a level 2 warlock erupted in a flash, simultaneously activating a level 2 protective cover, completely protecting it. Great! This mechanical golem actually has a defensive force field comparable to that of a level 2 spell. It's truly perfect. Eudirax stared fixedly at the level 2 protective cover. His eyes flashed with fanaticism and he repeatedly praised. For warlocks, defensive power was more important than offensive power. The value of defensive spells was also by far greater than offensive spells. Yang Feng thought somewhat regretfully. It's a pity that I don't have the Moffin demonic polar bear's cultivation method, otherwise I would soon have another Blood Meridian warlock clan. Chapter 121. In order to become a Blood Meridian warlock, one must possess the Blood Meridian essence of a formidable life form as well as a matching cultivation method. In Tyrandot subcontinent, the secret cultivation method of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form like the Moffin demonic polar bear was practically impossible to find. It was precisely because of this that Lei Mix had so easily handed over the vial of Moffin demonic polar bear's corpse to Yang Feng. Black City. Inside a luxurious hotel room. Patriarch Darren, why do you want me to marry that waste Yang Feng? Jessica said somewhat puzzled. If we were to have a marriage alliance, then wouldn't it be better for me to marry Steel City's city lord? Jessica was very precocious. She understood that it was basically impossible for her to decide on her own marriage. She didn't choose to rebel against her fate, but rather asked very rationally. Steel City's city lord, Yang Yi, is a man with a pure heart and few desires. wholeheartedly pursuing knowledge and power. In these 2 years, he's been hiding in Black City, conducting all kinds of research, and hasn't used a single woman. If you marry such a man, you'll only become a widow. Besides, with him around, you won't be able to grasp any power. Yang Feng, that waste is different. He's deeply loved by Yang Yi, and is fond of women. As long as you can control him, then through him, you'll be able to obtain Steel City's tremendous resources and grasp great power. Li Mix's eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom and he said solemnly. In these 2 years, Yang Feng's embodiment, Yang Yi, had been hiding in Black City, not taking a single step. Any plot against Yang Yi was as helpless as a mouse pulling a tortoise. The assassins that came to assassinate Yang Yi were basically blasted into sieves, and their corpses were hung above the city wall as a warning to the public. Under such circumstances, the major forces could only choose to speculate on Yang Ye's character through a variety of information. In these 2 years, Yang Yi hadn't doted on a single woman. The major forces could only deduce that he wasn't fond of women. As for the beauties around Yang Feng, such a person was naturally a lecher, and was easily corrupted by beauty. Jessica thought for a moment, and then silently nodded. Lei Mix hesitated for a moment, and then said in a consulting tone, Jessica, those level 2 mechanical battle golems are very important to our family. Can I contribute 5 of them to the family? I can make the decision to slowly tilt the family's resources towards you. Within 100 years, I will pay you the corresponding magic stones for the 5 mechanical puppets. Jessica glanced at Lei Mix in surprise. Lei Mix was the patriarch of the Fernandro family, and he always had the final say in the family. Now that he was talking to her in a negotiating tone, she was very surprised. However, Jessica was also very smart. She immediately understood that her identity would be somewhat different from now on. She was already the fiancée of Steel City's city master Yang Yi, the only blood relative of Yang Feng. Steel City was a terrifying force that even level 3 warlocks were extremely fearful of. With such a terrifying force as her backing, she was no longer an existence that a trifling level 2 warlock family's patriarch could look down on. Just like when an ordinary woman married into the palace, that woman was definitely not an existence that a small county official could belittle. Looking at her grandfather's grandfather, Jessica sighed inwardly and nodded. Okay. Fernandro family attentively cared for a genius like Jessica from a young age, and provided her with huge resources and support. Jessica also had a strong sense of identity with the family. Lei Mix was also very well behaved, and only asked for 5 mechanical golems from her. She naturally wouldn't refuse Lei Mix's request. Lei Mix heaved a slight sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, Jessica wasn't the kind of woman who would turn hostile after gaining power. Fernandro Principality's capital, Nerona City, was an enormous city with a population of 1,500,000. It was extremely prosperous. After the underworld's allied forces invaded the surface world, aristocrats and refugees from the 4 great principalities, Sonaris Principality, Potent Principality, Najiro Principality, and Domvet Principality, poured into the enormous city in a steady stream, causing Nerona City to become somewhat overcrowded, with refugee camps appearing one after another. At the same time, the shadow of war shrouded Nerona City. Countless workers were frantically reinforcing Nerona City, and also starting to build inner cities inside Nerona City, preparing to withdraw into the inner city to defend after the outer city was breached. 2 kilometers away from the entrance of Nerona City's south gate, 20,000 Fernandro Principality's imperial guards were surrounding and protecting the Fernandro Principality's Grand Duke as well as all the important ministers of Fernandro Principality. They were quietly standing and gazing into the distance. That good-for-nothing Yang Feng is really arrogant, to actually make so many people of Fernandro Principality wait for him. Among a group of aristocratic youngsters dressed in gorgeous clothing, a handsome, frail-looking young man said very discontentedly. Jessica raised her eyebrows and snapped, "Shut up, Elton, you idiot. If you dare to speak ill of Yang Feng again, then I'll have my father teach you a good lesson." Elton's gaze was ice-cold as he ridiculed, "Jessica, Yang Feng's soul aptitude is only inferior level 1. He's originally a good-for-nothing. You haven't married him yet you're already speaking up for that good-for-nothing fiancé of yours? You should know that you're a woman of Fernandro family. Yang Feng is Fernandro family's greatest enemy. Steel City's Yang Ye's only kin. For an outsider, you actually dare to scold me? Are you still a member of Fernandro family?" The group of Fernandro family's youngsters also shot ice-cold gazes at Jessica. Yang Feng's Steel City was established by cutting off half of Fernandro Principality. It could be said that he was stepping on Fernandro family to ascend. Fernandro family was brimming with hatred towards Steel City as well as Yang Feng. A beautiful woman with a head full of short blue hair, a sexy and well-developed figure, about 23 or 24 years old, with traces of a mature woman's charm, said coldly, "Enough. After all, Yang Feng came to support us. You're not allowed to speak ill of him again." Elton creased his eyebrows and said, "Big Sister Helena, no one has seen the actual combat capabilities of Steel City's mechanized infantry division. No matter how strong those golems are, they're only trifling knight-rank mechanical golems. Is it necessary to greet them in such a grand manner?" Steel City's mechanized infantry division didn't have any actual combat achievements. The younger generation of Fernandro family didn't believe that those knight-rank golems could contend against the allied forces of the underworld's races. After all, those terrifying existences had successively destroyed more than a dozen principalities in the Southern States coalition. Chapter 122. Omagudo Flying Snake. That's a scout from the Hellion Army's 3rd Corps, Snake Demon Corps. Their appearance here means that the Snake Demon Corps isn't far. Suddenly, a slightly fearful voice sounded from the crowd. Fernandro Principality's bigwigs raised their heads to take a look. Their complexions at once became incomparably pale and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. One after another, huge flying snakes up to 20 m long, covered in a layer of black scales, with 18 pairs of transparent fly-like wings were flying towards them from the sky. These huge flying snakes that could fly in the sky were Omagudo flying snakes. These flying snakes were a subspecies of Omagudo flying demonic snakes. Omagudo flying demonic snakes were extraordinary life forms that possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to great warlock rank after reaching adulthood. After reaching adulthood, Omagudo flying snakes were merely comparable to level 1 warlocks. Some pure-blooded Omagudo flying snakes could even evolve to a level 2 warlock rank. These Omagudo flying snakes were beasts born from the mating of Hellion Clan's Snake Demon Clan. They were under the complete control of Snake Demon Clan's royal family. They were also one of Snake Demon Clan's most incisive weapons. Seeing the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes flying in the sky, the complexions of Fernandro Principality's bigwigs changed greatly. Many people's legs were even trembling. They were extremely afraid. "Withdraw." Archduke Fernandro's complexion was pale as he decisively ordered. An Omagudo flying snake was enough to give Giant Stone City, such a large city, a huge headache. In a field battle, those several hundred Omagudo flying snakes could completely devour everyone here. Those Fernandro Principality's greater aristocrats had panic-stricken expressions. They practically tumbled and crawled as they fled towards Nerona City. The several hundred Omagudo flying snakes' speed suddenly soared. As if several hundred arrows, they pounced towards Fernandro Principality's greater aristocrats. The 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda in the center of Fernandro Principality shone with radiance, for fireballs burst out in a flash. As if meteors, they bombarded the flock of Omagudo flying snakes in the sky. In a flash, the 4 Omagudo flying snakes were blown to pieces, with countless fragments falling from the sky. Magical radiances flashed from the center of Fernandro Principality's 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda. Negative spells fell on the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes, weakening their battle prowess. Sitting on a level 2 Warlock rank Omagudo flying snake, dressed in a black leather armor, with wheat-colored skin, and a gorgeous appearance, the woman opened her cherry lips and issued an extremely strange howl. The hundreds of Omagudo flying snakes instantly turned around and retreated. Several hundred Omagudo flying snakes weren't enough to capture Fernandro Principality's capital, Nerona City. Not long after, all kinds of large and small ordinary venomous snakes and all kinds of snake-type extraordinary life forms formed a sea of snakes, rushing towards Nerona City. If a person with trypophobia saw so many snakes, then they would definitely fall limply from fear. In that sea of snakes, there were close to 20,000 giant snakes with a body length of more than 10 meters. Sitting on top of those 20,000 giant snakes were Snake Demon Clan's experts that didn't differ much from ordinary humans, but had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils. Demon Clan's ancestors could be traced back to their origins. Their ancestors were also humans, but under the Second Warlock Dynasty's taboo transformation, only then did they become freaks like demons. The majority of demons before they transform Their appearances were basically no different from humans. If Demon Clan didn't have to devour human flesh and blood in order to stay sane, then devouring human experts would allow them to obtain enormous power. Then they could even be regarded as a branch of Blood Meridian warlocks. Above the city wall, when Fernando Principality's experts saw that densely packed sea of snakes in the distance, their scalps went numb and their eyes flashed with fear. That lofty city wall could defend against the attacks of many extraordinary life forms, but its defensive effect against that sea of snakes wasn't great. Without the support of the lofty city wall, even with the protection of the 5-story-tall Warlock Pagoda and the terrifying might of a level 3 Warlock, Fernando Principality still didn't have the confidence to defeat the Snake Demon Legion that could enslave countless giant snakes. Among the 20,000 giant snakes, there was a Kamado silver-white demonic horn giant snake with a length of 40 meters, its entire body covered in a layer of silver, and a single horn. This was a terrifying giant snake that would directly promote to a level 3 extraordinary life form after reaching adulthood, and even had a trace of hope to evolve into a level 4 extraordinary life form, Kamado silver-white demonic horn snake king. On the head of that adult Kamado silver-white demonic horn giant snake, there was a soft sofa inlaid. On that sofa, there was a peerless beauty with skin as white as jade, an extremely beautiful appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, plump buttocks and large breasts, brimming with the charm of a mature woman. This peerless beauty was Snake Demon Legion's commander, demonic snake maiden Illyria, an expert with the terrifying strength of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. She was also a peerless genius of Snake Demon Clan with the greatest hope of promoting to a great warlock. Snake Demon Clan's ancestor possessed the Snake Dowager's blood meridians. Snake Demon Clan also had a thin trace of the Snake Dowager's blood meridians. Therefore, within Snake Demon Clan, women were superior to men. Female experts emerged in an endless stream. While men were basically only there to breed and carry on the descendants, their status was generally one rank lower than that of women. Illyria said faintly, "Attack!" Shortly after, the densely packed common vipers, amounting to several 100,000, madly rushed towards Nerona City like a tide. Above Nerona City's city wall, magical radiances surged, blessing the elite soldiers and enhancing their battle prowess. Heavy-duty catapults quickly took their positions, before hurling kerosene cans towards the swarm of snakes. A large number of kerosene cans were thrown into the swarm of snakes, before shattering. A level 1 warlock extended his hand and pointed, before shooting out a rocket-like fireball, before exploding amidst the swarm of snakes, instantly igniting the kerosene, forming a huge sea of fire within the swarm of snakes. Countless vipers were incessantly rolling about within the sea of fire, before being burnt to death. Rain mist. From within Snake Demon Clan's army, 5 beautiful women quickly walked out. They at once erupted with the terrifying life force of level 2 warlocks, before silently reciting incantations and pointing towards the sky. Countless water elemental particles converged in the sky, forming a huge black cloud. A large amount of rain fell from the sky, before mixing with a large amount of mist and shrouding Nerona City. Under the pouring of the heavy rain, the huge sea of fire was extinguished one after another. After reaching adulthood, warlocks would possess a terrifying physique comparable to that of level 1 warlocks. Their only shortcoming was that their intelligence was too low and they were unable to use spells. Their true strength was far inferior to that of level 1 warlocks. If the 10,000 Bagru Boas joined forces to attack, then even if a level 3 warlock didn't escape, he would still be exhausted to death. When those Fernando Principality's bigwigs saw the 10,000 Bagru Boas move, their complexions immediately became incomparably pale. In a flash, the Warlock Pagoda in Nerona City erupted with incomparably formidable fluctuations of magic. Clouds of fire containing a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles quickly condensed in the sky, brewing. Obviously, a large-scale fire attribute destructive spell was brewing. Once this level 3 large-scale fire attribute spell was released, then all life forms within the range of the clouds of fire would be affected by the fire attribute spell. Among the 10,000 Bagru Boas, a beautiful woman with short black hair, wheat-colored skin, a pair of huge breasts, and dressed in a sexy leather armor that only covered her vital parts instantly erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 3 warlock. This beautiful woman was demonic snake maiden Illyria's assistant, Emma, the Snake Demon Legion's deputy legion leader. Emma pointed at the sky and cast a dispel spell. A magical radiance immediately entered the sky, instantly dispersing the large-scale fire attribute destructive spell in the sky. In the sky, the clouds of fire immediately collapsed and disappeared. Those large-scale meteorological spells were extremely powerful and had a wide range. Its only shortcoming was that it required an extremely long preparation time. It could easily be dispelled by an expert using Dispel. Of course, if there wasn't an expert proficient in Dispel keeping watch, then once a meteorological spell was fully cast, its might would absolutely be world-shaking. Just like the meteorological spell prepared by Nerona City's Warlock Pagoda, if it was cast, then it could completely annihilate more than half of the ordinary Vipers and inflict heavy damage to the 10,000 Bagru Boa's cavalrymen. After the meteorological spell was dispelled, Lei Mix, who presided over the Warlock Pagoda within the Warlock Pagoda, was so depressed that he wanted to spit blood. The Warlock Pagoda's magical radiance flickered, and several tens of fireballs were shot from the Warlock Pagoda, bombarding the Bagru Boa's cavalrymen like rocket launchers, directly blasting several tens of Bagru Boas into pieces. Emma's gaze was cold and detached as she watched the several tens of Bagru Boa's cavalrymen being blasted to death by those fireballs. She was only in the army to dispel and counter large-scale spells. She basically wouldn't waste her spirit force to block the damage for those Bagru Boa's cavalrymen. Arcane projectiles. Negative energy rays. Acid sputtering. Web. Grease. The several thousand apprentice warlocks looked at the madly rushing Bagru Boa's cavalrymen, and madly cast all kinds of level 0 spells towards them. The Bagru Boa's cavalrymen struggled with their bodies, and directly shattered the spider webs. The arcane projectiles, negative energy rays, acid sputtering and other level 0 spells bombarding the Bagru Boa's cavalrymen were either blocked by the Bagru Boas beneath them, or by the boa scales on their bodies. Unless several hundred level 0 spells simultaneously attacked a Bagru Boa cavalryman, otherwise, they simply wouldn't die. Chapter 124. The 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalries withstood the countless attacks. After paying the price of close to 200 casualties, they quickly swam to the edge of Nerona City's city wall, and then directly swam up the city wall. Once the Bagru Boa cavalries swam up the city wall, the Boa cavalries with the strength of an Earth Knight and above immediately jumped down from their Bagru Boas, before madly beheading Nerona City's royal guards with their great swords in hand. Nerona City's royal guards' ordinary soldiers basically all had the cultivation of a high-level warrior. But compared to those Boa cavalries with the cultivation of an Earth Knight, they basically weren't on the same level. Those Boa cavalries rushed into the crowd, then like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they started a massacre. Those huge Bagru Boas also opened their bloody maws one after another, before swallowing the human warriors above the city wall. Although Nerona City's royal guards resisted with all their might, but they still suffered disastrous casualties, and very quickly showed signs of defeat. It's over. Under the protection of the 5-bladed troops, Jessica's complexion was deathly pale as she watched the hell-like scene above Nerona City's city wall. Damn it! Is Fernandro Principality going to perish in my hands? I'm unreconciled. Archduke Fernandro faced upwards and issued a long howl of grief and indignation. Not long ago, Elton and some of Fernandro clan's youngsters, who were still incomparably arrogant a while ago, watched the savage scene of those Bagru Boas devouring the humans. Each and every one of them was scared to the point of trembling, their eyes brimming with fear. Some timid ones were even scared to the point of wetting themselves. Many of Fernandro clan's young ladies went into hiding. Only Helena and a few apprentice warlock rank young ladies with decent strength were still hiding behind the army, and were still fighting. Are those Steel City's mechanical golems? They're really too formidable. If only they belonged to me. How great would that be? Helena looked at the bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, her beautiful eyes brimming with jealousy and envy. The 5-bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, brandishing their high-frequency oscillation blades, as if cutting tofu, they easily beheaded those Bagru Boas as well as those Boa cavalries. Those Bagru Boas had just approached Jessica, when the 5-bladed troops charged and directly chopped those Bagru Boas into countless pieces. On the vast city wall of Nerona City, only Jessica's side was barely holding on. The other directions have practically collapsed. A large number of human warriors and apprentice warlocks were swallowed by those Bagru Boas, beheaded by those Boa cavalrymen, or bitten to death by those vipers. Relying on the protection of the 5 ferocious and peerless bladed troops, even if the entire Nerona City fell into enemy hands, Jessica would still have the hope to kill her way out of Nerona City and escape. It's over. Illyria watched as the 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalrymen ascended Nerona City's city wall. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, revealing a trace of a smile. The capitals of Cineris Principality and Poten Principality were easily captured by Illyria. Just as Illyria expected, after the Bagru Boa riders attacked the city wall, the forbidden guards above Nerona City didn't even persist for half an hour before their morale collapsed and they started to flee in all directions. Cries, shouts and blood-curdling screams reverberated above Nerona City. Archduke Fernando successively beheaded quite a few fleeing high-ranking officers, but was still unable to curb the collapse of his army. Finally, he sighed in frustration and his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. The Minister of Defense Archer had an anxious expression as he arrived beside Archduke Fernando and advised, "Your Majesty, let's quickly escape. As long as we survive, we'll have the chance to stage a comeback." Archduke Fernando was very unwilling as he said, "After losing Fernando Principality, what value would we have in the eyes of Warlock College in Talia? Even if we escape to St. Colin's City, we'll only be living under someone else's roof and struggling at death's door." Fernando Principality had to hand over a large amount of resources to Warlock College in Talia every year. Only then did it obtain the authority to govern the principality. Moreover, it was valued and sheltered by Warlock College in Talia. After Fernando Principality was destroyed, Fernando family would also lose its foundation and wouldn't be valued by Warlock College in Talia. Archer said, "As long as we're alive, there's hope. Wasn't Princess Jessica betrothed to Steel City's city master Sol Kin, Yongfeng? With the support of Steel City's city master, we'll still have hope of restoring our country." Archduke Fernando gave a miserable smile and pointed towards the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes that were already descending from the sky. "Hope of restoring our country? That's just deceiving ourselves. Even if Steel City has 100,000 knight-rank steel golems, they still wouldn't be a match for those freaks." Archer looked at the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes that were descending from the sky to give Fernando Principality a final blow. His eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. He also didn't believe that Steel City's mechanical golems could contend against the Omagudo flying snakes. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Nerona City had sunk into despair and chaos, air-to-air missiles dropped from the sky, bombarding the flock of Omagudo flying snakes with incomparable precision and instantly exploding. One after another, Omagudo flying snakes were instantly torn apart under the bombardment of the air-to-air missiles, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Illyria's smile slightly stiffened, and then her eyes surged with endless fury. Those Omagudo flying snakes were variant species born from the mating of Snake Demon Clan. They were also the Snake Demon Legion's most elite main force. Every one of them was very precious. Illyria's status among Tyrandot subcontinent Snake Demon Clan was extremely high, yet she only had several hundred Omagudo flying snakes in her possession. She used these Omagudo flying snakes as scouts and trump cards to decide the outcome of the battle. Now that several dozen of them were killed, it immediately made her furious and her killing intent surged. "Who the hell is it? To actually dare to kill my Omagudo flying snakes? I definitely won't forgive you." Illyria raised her head and looked towards the direction where the missiles were fired. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level, 3 Warlock erupted, issuing a terrifying whistle. In the distant sky, 100 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were lined up and flying in her direction. Behind the protection of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, 120 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying. High in the sky, 100 Lightning supersonic fighters were flying, guarding 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers. Hearing Illyria's shrill howl, above Nerona City's city wall, all the Fernando Principality's people who were still fighting had a trace of hope in their gazes as they looked towards the huge group of fighter jets. "I'm Steel City's emissary." Above a modified Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, an elevator opened. Yongfeng stood on top of the elevator, overlooking the fierce battle between the two great forces below, revealing a trace of a smile as he said. Chapter 125. Gazes brimming with complex emotions shot from Nerona City and concentrated on Yongfeng. Fernando Principality's people looked up at Yongfeng's figure in the sky, and their eyes surged with a touch of hope. In the sky, the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were constantly firing air-to-air missiles, blasting the Omegudo flying snakes into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. "Stop!" Illyria barked sternly as she watched the several hundred Omegudo flying snakes being blasted into fragments. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. How is that possible? As if laying eggs, the 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at an altitude of 5,000 m dropped the densely packed cluster bombs. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the cluster bombs hit the ground, they set off earth-shaking explosions. The explosive power of each cluster bomb was equivalent to a small-scale level 3 spell, and an area the size of a football field was covered by the power of the explosion. Under the first round of bombardment of the cluster bombs, all kinds of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms on the ground were blasted into pieces and scattered everywhere. The Snake Demon Legion's experts as well as Fernando Principality's experts were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Archduke Fernando was somewhat dumbstruck, his eyes brimming with astonishment. So strong! Is this the battle prowess of Steel City's mechanized infantry division? It's really terrifying. Steel City's City Master's alchemy has really reached the acme of perfection, to actually reach such a terrifying level. Helena looked at the vast expanse of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms disappearing from the battlefield, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Such a terrifying army, such formidable weaponry. No wonder they had the confidence to annex us within a month at that time. Such alchemical weaponry is really too terrifying. Jessica was somewhat delighted and excited, yet also somewhat complicated as she looked at Yang Feng in the sky. She sighed with some bitterness in her heart. Steel City's mechanized infantry division is really too powerful. At that time in Warlock College Antalya, Jessica looked down on trash with low soul aptitude like Yang Feng. However, due to Steel City's great influence, she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Yang Feng. When she first heard that Yang Feng was promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock, she felt very upset. After all, in terms of soul aptitude alone, she was more than 100 times stronger than Yang Feng. Now that she had become Yang Feng's fiancée, it gave her an indescribable feeling. Elton and the other youths who originally looked down on Steel City and the Fernando family were all dumbstruck, not daring to believe their eyes. "Stop! Do you hear me?" Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anger. She instantly erupted with the life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. A pair of dragon wings grew from her back. She lightly tapped her feet and turned into an extremely fast black ray shooting towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Yang Feng's mind stirred slightly. Soon after, 50 lightning supersonic fighters swooped down from the sky. Their cannons rumbled and madly strafed Illyria with all their might. Illyria's figure flashed with a spell radiance, before more than 100 lifelike phantoms appeared in midair. Those lightning supersonic fighters did not use their eyes to identify their enemies, but instead used their radars to lock onto their enemies. Those more than 100 phantoms were basically unable to confuse them. Their cannons still madly strafed Illyria, while air-to-air automatic homing missiles also madly bombarded Illyria. Illyria's figure shook, as if she had only taken a single step. She left behind afterimages as she evaded the strafing of those lightning supersonic fighters, before strangely appearing in front of Yang Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and directly grabbed at Yang Feng. The 2 level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng instantly raised their large shields, opened a level 3 protective cover and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Illyria gave a sweet smile. She instantly disappeared from where she stood and very strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and grabbed at Yang Feng. When Illyria's lily-white hand had just come into contact with the level 3 protective cover, her pretty face changed slightly. She discovered that she was unexpectedly unable to break through the protective cover in an instant. Just as Illyria's figure slightly paused, those lightning supersonic fighters completely locked onto her figure. Their cannons rumbled and countless cannon shells madly bombarded Illyria. Demonic snake morph. Illyria's pretty face changed slightly. She gave a shrill howl and in a flash, her whole body blossomed with black life force. Countless demonic snake scales suddenly grew and appeared. Her eyes changed from human eyes to snake-like vertical eyes. A long snake tail appeared behind her and her lily-white hands grew incomparably sharp claws. From a stunning beauty, she transformed into a freak with a mixture of human and snake characteristics. The countless cannon shells bombarded Illyria's body, before being instantly jolted away by the formidable life force revolving around her body, unable to injure her in the slightest. The air-to-air automatic homing missiles also stopped beside Illyria, unable to explode. Because once those automatic homing missiles exploded, then Yang Feng and Illyria would be blasted to pieces. To actually be able to force me to this point by relying on some mechanical golems. You can also be proud. Just obediently surrender. Illyria's vertical pupils flashed with a cold glint. Her claws carrying an incomparably tyrannical black life force instantly erupted, piercing through the two level 3 protective covers and grabbing at Yang Feng. At this moment, level 8 shield troops suddenly jumped out of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, instantly erupting with level 3 protective covers one after another. Each level 3 protective cover was equivalent to a level 3 force field type defensive spell. Dozens of level 3 protective covers superimposed on each other, forcibly sending Illyria flying. Illyria gave a furious howl, countless black life force revolved around her. Her figure shook and instantly split into dozens of afterimages, bombarding Yang Feng with punches one after another. One by one, the level 3 protective covers burst open under Illyria's bombardment. If it was a level 8 shield troop, then within a second, Illyria would have directly dismantled it into a pile of components. However, the nearly 30 level 8 shield troops unceasingly urged the level 3 protective covers, layer after layer, firmly blocking Illyria's frenzied attacks. Yang Feng, under the protection of the level 8 shield troops, said with a smile, "What's your name? How about we have a chat? Fighting back and forth, it's too hurtful." Illyria became furious and shouted sternly, "Shut up! If you're a man, then come out from behind those guards and fight me one-on-one. Hiding behind guards, what kind of skill is that?" Chapter 126. Yang Feng said with a grin, "Equipment is also a part of strength. I'm a warlock alchemist. Isn't it a matter of course for warlock alchemists to command their golems to fight? How many warlock alchemists would abandon their golems and go into battle barehanded? Furthermore, there's something wrong with what you just said. Now isn't the backward feudal era. Gender equality is the mainstream of society." Illyria became even more furious within. She hated Yang Feng's shamelessness. Her speed suddenly doubled. Her fists were like meteors as they frantically bombarded the level 3 protective covers. The level 3 protective covers of the 30 level 8 mechanical shield troops were actually forcibly torn open by Illyria. Her fist slammed onto the super alloy shield of a level 8 mechanical shield troop. A terrifying peerless power erupted in a split second. With a single strike, the level 8 shield troop was blasted into pieces, its components scattering in all directions. Yang Feng smiled as he clapped his hands and teased, "Amazing! However, please continue to work hard. This bit of attack power isn't enough to destroy my guards." 60 shield troops equipped with external flight equipment had already flown over from both sides, before landing beside Yang Feng and activating their level 3 protective covers one after another. The 89 level 3 protective covers were stacked in front of Yang Feng, giving Illyria a feeling of powerlessness. The offensive power of the level 8 shield troops was extremely low. All their components were for defense. Even ordinary level 3 extraordinary life forms could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Illyria being able to tear apart the defenses of the 30 shield troops was already extremely terrifying, but in front of the 89 shield troops, it seemed somewhat powerless. Just at this moment, rumbling sounds were transmitted from afar. Illyria turned around to take a look, her heart turning cold. She saw smoke and dust rising from afar, a large number of tanks, IFVs, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers and many other weapons of war forming a huge convoy moving towards this direction. The group of tanks even more so carried out a roundabout outflanking, cutting off the Snake Demon Legion's path of retreat. Illyria took a look at her Snake Demon Legion, only to see that under the berserk bombardment of the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, the Snake Demon Legion that she had painstakingly built had already suffered disastrous casualties, before scattering in all directions. Although Emma had already completely suppressed Nerona City's Warlock Pagoda, but it was still impossible to reverse the situation. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were dropping airborne troops towards Nerona City. Those airborne troops were basically level 7 bladed troops and level 7 gunner troops. The level 7 bladed troops and level 7 gunner troops were completely one-sided massacres against the Bagru Boa cavalrymen. The Omagudo flying snakes in the air had also been decimated by the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, with less than 60 of them remaining. Olyria felt a sharp pain in her heart as she commanded in a mournful voice, "Retreat!" The Snake Devil Legion issued shrill howls, then almost collapsed, and quickly fled in the direction they came from. Yang Feng said with some regret, "It's a pity. If you had persisted here, your core would have been finished." If Olyria got angry and tangled with Yang Feng, then the Snake Demon Legion would be completely devoured by Yang Feng's mechanized infantry division. Olyria recovered her tranquility. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport plane that Yang Feng was riding descended from the sky and directly landed above Nerona City's city wall. Archduke Fernando along with a group of Fernando Principality's ministers arrived beside Yang Feng, bowed solemnly towards Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, welcome to Nerona City. Thank you very much for saving Nerona City's 1.5 million people. Thank you very much for saving Fernando family. We, the Fernando family, will never forget this kindness." Chapter 127. All the ministers also bowed extremely solemnly towards Yang Feng in salute. No matter what their thoughts were, Yang Feng had indeed saved them today. If not for Yang Feng's appearance, then they would have been reduced to Snake Demon Clan slaves or even food. Although Hellion Clan was born from among humans, but they had already developed into humans' natural enemies. Hellion Clan viewed humans as pigs and dogs for food. And after humans discovered Hellions, they would basically kill them. Colluding with Hellions and raising them in captivity was an unpardonable felony in human society. They were just products of Second Warlock Dynasty's experiments on the fusion of all kinds of ancient life forms' blood meridians. They possessed a lot of ancient life forms' blood meridians as well as mutated blood meridians. Many human warlocks, in order to pursue power, would secretly raise Hellions in captivity or collude with Hellions in order to obtain formidable blood meridians. Under the enticement of Hellions, every year, there would be human warlocks who would degenerate, implanted with Hellion blood meridians and become Hellions. It was precisely because of this that Hellions couldn't be exterminated. After exchanging pleasantries, Archduke Fernando personally led Yang Feng to a luxurious palace outside of Fernando Imperial Palace to rest. The mechanized infantry division that Yang Feng brought, with its main force being level 5 humanoid primary battle robots, quickly built all kinds of fortifications within Nerona City, starting to fortify Nerona City. There were countless experts and legions within the underworld's allied forces. The Snake Demon Legion was just one of them. If they didn't prepare for battle, then Nerona City wouldn't be so easy to defend. At night, Nerona City's Imperial Palace, in a luxurious hall inlaid with countless magic lamps and the floor covered with marble, gathered the aristocrats of Nerona City. Yang Feng, dressed in a black formal attire, stepped into the palace, attracting the gazes of practically everyone within the palace. Steel City's mechanized infantry division had defeated the Snake Demon Legion with 2 level 3 warlocks with an absolute advantage, making everyone within Fernando Principality aware of Steel City's deep foundation and formidable strength. In Tyrandot subcontinent, the strong were respected. Moreover, during the invasion of the underworld's allied forces, an expert would receive the respect and attachment of countless people. Steel City had 10 mechanized infantry divisions, yet it had only dispatched 3 mechanized infantry divisions to defeat the Snake Demon Legion. From this, one could easily imagine how deep the reserves of the City of Steel was. Yang Feng was the only blood relative of Steel City's master Yang Yi. The power he possessed was enough to annihilate many small warlock families and make countless people attach themselves to him. "Hello, Yang Feng. I am Elena. May I know your name?" Dressed in a pitch-black low-cut evening gown, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin, her slender legs faintly visible, and exquisite makeup, the beautiful Helena, appearing mature and charming, walked up to Yang Feng and said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's nice to meet you." Helena was one of the most beautiful women in the banquet. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse the good intentions of getting to know such a beauty. "Hello, big brother Yang Feng. I am nice. Thank you very much for saving us today." A 13 or 14-year-old little girl with dazzling blonde hair, a petite figure, ample twin peaks, beautiful and pure, yet somewhat sexy, and snow-white skin arrived in front of Yang Feng. Her big, limpid eyes were filled with adoration as she said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's what I should do." Fernando Principality's aristocratic young men and women successively moved towards him, courteously greeting him and surrounding him in the center like stars surrounding the moon. Standing on either side of Yang Feng, Elena and Nissa calmly engaged in an open and veiled struggle with the aristocratic young ladies who surrounded them. His Majesty the Archduke has arrived. Along with a resonant voice, Archduke Fernando stepped into the reception hall under everyone's attentive gazes. Beside him stood a beautiful young lady Jessica, dressed in a pure white evening gown, with light makeup, snow-white skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a sexy figure. Under the illumination of the magic lamps, her entire body seemed to blossom with a layer of faint fluorescence. As soon as Archduke Fernando entered the reception hall, gazes focused on him. At the same time, a lot of gazes also focused on Jessica beside him. Jessica and Helena were Nerona City's two most beautiful pearls. Jessica, who was younger and more talented, was even known as Fernando Principality's #1 beauty. In Fernando Principality, there were countless aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with Jessica. In this banquet hall, there were more than 100 aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with her. I'm very glad that everyone can do me the honor of attending this banquet. Here, I have something to announce to everyone. Archduke Fernando smiled merrily as he looked around and said, "My most beloved daughter, our Fernando Principality's most beautiful pearl Jessica, will be engaged to the savior of Nerona City's 1,500,000 people, the Steel Lord's only blood relative Yang Feng." The banquet hall at once resounded with earth-shattering applause. Archduke Fernando said with a smile, "Yang Feng, come here." Yang Feng also smiled as he walked up to the dais and stood beside Jessica. Jessica looked at Yang Feng. A touch of blush welled up on her cheeks. She was somewhat at a loss when she thought that the youngster before her was going to become her husband. Archduke Fernando had a kind expression on his face as he grabbed Jessica's little hand and placed it on Yang Feng's hand. "Yang Feng, henceforth, I'll hand Jessica over to you. You have to treat her well." Wait. At this moment, a loud shout came from below. A handsome young man with short blue hair and a trace of gloominess shrouded between his eyebrows walked over under the protection of 4 men. Archduke Fernando's eyes flashed with a touch of dread and displeasure as he said in a deep voice, "Weaver, what's the matter?" Weaver said with a cold smile, "Your Majesty Archduke, Jessica is my fiancée. Why did you betroth her to that good-for-nothing Yang Feng?" The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, his gaze fell on Archduke Fernando and Jessica, and it became extremely cold. He was no longer that ordinary person who could be casually played with. If Fernando family dared to play with him, then he would make the entire Fernando family pay a painful price. Jessica was greatly alarmed and promptly asked, "Father, why didn't I know about this?" Chapter 128. Archduke Fernando's eyebrows creased slightly and he said somewhat fearfully, "Weaver, I never said that I wanted to betroth Jessica to you. Isn't this a misunderstanding?" Weaver gave an arrogant smile, swept Yang Feng with a contemptuous glance and threatened in a cold voice, "My uncle is Scarlet Hans Blitz. It's your Fernando family's honor that I fancy Jessica. Since I like her, then she's my fiancée. Yang Feng, you good-for-nothing, now scram. If you dare to fight with me over a woman, then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Even your city of steel will be destroyed." After hearing Weaver's words, everyone's complexions changed greatly. The aristocrats who originally wanted to speak up for justice turned silent at once. Scarlet Hans Blitz was a peerless expert in Warlock College Antalya, second only to the few great warlocks. Warlock College Antalya's several great warlocks were basically practicing closed-door cultivation and researching all kinds of knowledge, with Blitz presiding over the daily affairs. It could be said that before the great warlocks appeared, Blitz was the uncrowned king of Warlock College Antalya. His status was comparable to that of Black Dragon Empire's Emperor Solomon. As far as the Southern States Alliance's many states were concerned, Blitz's orders couldn't be violated. The warlock families that disobeyed Blitz's orders were already massacred by him. His fierce reputation as Scarlet Hans was obtained after massacring 6 or 7 warlock families. Archduke Fernando's complexion at once turned green and red, his face distorted due to anger, yet he couldn't speak. Fernando family's biggest backer was Warlock College Antalya. Blitz's nephew, they didn't dare to offend him. In fact, within the Southern States Alliance, there weren't many people that dared to offend Blitz's nephew. Jessica was also angered to the point that her pretty face alternated between green and white. She secretly clenched her silver teeth, yet she didn't know what to do. As a level 2 apprentice warlock of Warlock College Antalya, she was very clear about how powerful and terrifying Scarlet Hand's Blitz was. Fernando family wasn't as powerful as the few families he had massacred. The entire banquet venue sunk into a peculiar silence. Weaver gave a proud smile and said, "Yang Feng, I'm very fond of the mechanized infantry division in your hands. Hand over control of them and you can get the hell out of here." Yang Feng, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly revealed a smile. "I think that under these circumstances, Bloody Hands Blitz Darren will definitely look at the bigger picture." With that, Yang Feng flipped his hand. A hand cannon appeared in his hand, and he aimed at Weaver's head. "Stop!" Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Weaver's head instantly exploded. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that someone actually dared to kill him. A figure flashed, and Lei Mix appeared with a gloomy face. Looking at Weaver's corpse, his eyes flashed with endless horror and despair. Scarlet Hand Blitz's anger could completely destroy the whole Fernando Principality. "Young Master! Damn it, you actually dared to kill the young master. I'll fight you to the death." The complexions of the 4 guards next to Weaver suddenly became extremely pale, and bursts of life force comparable to that of a level 3 apprentice warlock erupted from their bodies. They silently recited incantations and prepared to cast spells. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and ordered, "Lei Mix, get rid of them." In other words, your Fernando family wants to be enemies with our Steel City. What Bloody Hands Blitz can do, our Steel City can also do. Lei Mix quivered, and at once erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 2 warlock. With a point of his hand, 4 grey radiances at once hit the 4 guards. In a split second, the 4 guards withered, their life force completely disappeared, and turned into 4 mummies. Lei Mix had a bitter expression on his face, and gave a long sigh. "Yang Feng, you were too impulsive." Although Weaver was arrogant and despotic, but he was a blood relative of Bloody Hands Blitz. Now that he was killed by Yang Feng in public, Blitz would never let Yang Feng off. Even Fernando Principality would be implicated. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Lei Mix, I need your help. Kill all of Weaver's guards, and then return their corpses to Blitz. I think that in the face of humanity's life and death, he should put the overall situation above all else and bear with it. My subordinates are rather bellicose. If you don't do as I say, then my subordinates might be very dissatisfied. If a riot breaks out, then I won't be able to stop them from acting on their own." Lei Mix felt a slight chill in his heart, and gave a bitter smile. He knew that he was now faced with a dilemma. Yang Feng was forcing him to make a choice. Either choose to join Steel City, or choose to remain loyal to Warlock College Antalya. If Fernando family continued to remain loyal to Warlock College Antalya, then the mechanized infantry division stationed in Nerona City might immediately turn around and massacre all of Fernando family in Nerona City. Lei Mix hesitated for a moment, and then clenched his teeth and said, "Yang Feng, there's a great warlock over there." Great warlocks were the pinnacle and most powerful existences in Tyrandot subcontinent. A great warlock alone could destroy a small principality like Fernando Principality. A force with a great warlock rank expert overseeing it and one without a great warlock rank expert overseeing it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Our Steel City also has a secret weapon that can contend against great warlocks." Lei Mix was secretly alarmed, and his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." Blitz's threat was in the future, while Yang Feng's threat was in front of him. The mechanized infantry divisions from Steel City weren't existences that Fernando family could contend against. Lei Mix could only make such a choice. Before long, an army led by a level 1 warlock killed their way into the hotel where Weaver and his entourage were staying, and killed all of Weaver's guards. A few days later, Weaver's corpse was sent to St. Colin City. After seeing Weaver's corpse, the entire St. Colin City was shrouded in a tremendous anger. St. Colin City's Elder Conference Hall, that huge space that could accommodate thousands of people, was already filled with people. Following the outbreak of the Holy War between the allied forces of the underworld's races and the humans, those warlocks who were traveling outside in search of opportunities and all kinds of ancient relics had already returned to Warlock College Antalya. Scarlet Hans Blitz sat on the seat of honor, and beside him sat several tens of formidable level 3 warlocks with faint traces of terrifying fluctuations of power. Chapter 129. Blitz's expression was gloomy as he said unhurriedly, "Today, I called everyone here to announce a piece of news. My nephew, the kind, courageous and humble weaver, was publicly killed in Fernandro Principality. The one who killed him was Steel City's city lord's only nephew, Yang Feng." In the meeting hall, there were gloating, ridiculing, watching a good show, angry and other complicated gazes that fell on Blitz. Everyone present was very clear about what kind of person Weaver was. Weaver was Blitz's younger brother's only son. His parents died early. Blitz treated him as his own son and loved him even more than his own son. However, Blitz was busy dealing with Warlock College Antalya's various affairs and still had to practice cultivation. Therefore, he didn't manage Weaver too much. This gave him the temperament of a hedonistic overlord. God knows how many women were abandoned after being toyed with by him. If Weaver wasn't Blitz's nephew, then he would have been killed long ago. He was extremely daring. Even many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders were harassed by him. Many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders secretly applauded his death, but none of them expressed it. Marvin, one of Blitz's confidants, had an indignant expression as he shouted, "Truly too daring. That Yang Feng actually relied on Steel City's power to kill people in public. This heinous crime should be put on the most severe trial. I suggest that we dispatch the Black Department to capture the Steel Lord and Yang Feng, and put them on trial in public." That's right. Such a sinner should be put on trial. Let them come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize. In the Council of Elders, nearly 1/3 of the elders echoed one after another. Warlock College Antalya's great warlocks were basically busy practicing cultivation. As the butler, Blitz had also roped in a lot of confidants these past few years. The level 3 warlocks capable of contending against Blitz had bored and indifferent expressions as they watched all of this, their minds wandering, not knowing what they were thinking. As long as it didn't involve their core interests, then they basically didn't care about Blitz's actions. The majority of level 3 warlocks pursued to upgrade their knowledge and strength. Once they were able to promote to great warlocks, then their status and power would receive a huge upgrade. At that time, a level 3 warlock like Blitz would be nothing. Apart from Blood Meridian warlocks, the majority of level 3 warlocks only had a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. They were all looking for elixirs that could prolong their lifespans or researching methods to break through and promote to a great warlock. They were basically research maniacs. But Black Dragon Empire's Blood Meridian warlocks had a long lifespan, and their cultivation was also a lot easier than that of Orthodox warlocks. Only then would they take the initiative to participate in the secular world and enjoy the sweetness of power and all the good things in the secular world. It was precisely because of the different lifespans of the warlocks of the 2 great warlock groups as well as the different philosophies between the 2 sides, that 2 different ways of ruling were formed. A handsome young man, who appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, with 2 small strokes of mustache at the corners of his mouth, said with a smile, "I heard that Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division had just defeated the Snake Demon Legion commanded by Magic Snake Princess Illyria. Blitz, is this information true?" Blitz's face twitched as if he had been slapped. He said in a gloomy voice, "Chooks, this information is true." The Council of Elders immediately sunk into silence. Many of the elders' eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Magic Snake Princess Illyria was a peak expert of Snake Demon Clan. In Warlock College Antalya, apart from the few great warlocks, no one dared to say that they were her match. For such an expert to be defeated by Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division, then Steel City's strength could very well be imagined. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to casually make an enemy of such a formidable force, especially when it was a holy war between the humans and the allied forces of the underworld's races. Chook said with a slight smile, "I have no objection to Blitz's proposal. However, my direct subordinate troop, Dark Demonic Leopard, won't be participating in this operation." Another man with a petite stature, resembling a human skeleton, and exuding a negative force field, Arte also said coldly in a hoarse voice, "My hands of death also won't be dispatched. Blitz, if you want to dispatch the secret department, Then dispatch your dark scarlet hands. Blitz's complexion at once became somewhat unsightly. Warlock College Antalia's secret department was a formidable warlock assassination group. The secret department was divided into 3 great factions, namely Dark Scarlet Hands, Hands of Death and Dark Demonic Leopard. If these 3 great factions joined hands, then they had even successfully assassinated 2 hostile great warlocks in Warlock College Antalya. The reason why Blitz convened the Council of Elders was to form a final decision and have the secret department's 3 great forces join hands to deal with Steel City. But Chooks and Arte weren't interested in using their direct subordinate troops to pay for Blitz's personal grudges. Blitz suddenly revealed a trace of a smile and said faintly, Steel Lord Yang Yi is said to have obtained 6th Warlock Dynasty's inheritance. Only then was he able to rapidly develop and create a huge mechanical golem legion. If my men were to accidentally kill him, then that would be such a pity. Chooks and Arte's complexion suddenly changed when they heard that. Chucks quickly changed his expression and smiled. Ahem. I think since the Council of Elders has passed the resolution, then my Dark Demonic Leopard should also advance and retreat together with the Dark Scarlet Hands. Arte said coldly, Hands of Death also want to participate. Only then did Blitz reveal a trace of a complacent smile. For Blitz to be able to preside over Warlock College Antalya's daily affairs proved that he was a very intelligent person. Blitz couldn't swallow the secrets of 6th Warlock Dynasty by himself. If he didn't share some of the profits, then once those great warlocks became suspicious, then he would face a calamity. Within Cineris Principality's territory. Boom, boom, boom. Along with earth-shattering explosions, 6 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters directly self-destructed. The terrifying explosions were accompanied by all kinds of components splashing in all directions. The demonic snake Princess Illyria, riddled with scars, flew out from the explosions and fell on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. Emma arrived beside Illyria and said with a worried expression, Darren, this won't do. If this goes on, then our legion will be wiped out. Illyria looked at the Snake Demon Legion's elite troops that were left with less than 1,000 members. She felt extremely pained and cursed. A bunch of fucking mad dogs, they're actually biting so hard. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng had been pursuing the remnants of Illyria's Snake Demon Legion, directly killing their way from Fernandro Principality to Cineris Principality. Chapter 130. Illyria and the Mechanical Legion fought hundreds of times. The more she killed, the lesser her forces became. Were it not for her being a powerful pinnacle level 3 warlock, she would have already been killed by the Mechanical Legion. Even so, Illyria was still riddled with scars under the Mechanical Legion's non-stop attacks. Her physical strength and spirit force had fallen to the lowest point. Unless Illyria and Emma abandoned the Snake Demon Legion that they had spent close to 100 years of painstaking effort to build, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape the Mechanical Legion's pursuit. Illyria hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said, Follow me. Illyria took her Snake Demon Legion and changed direction, no longer fleeing towards Potent Principality, but rather towards the west of Cineris Principality. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng was in hot pursuit, unceasingly chasing after Illyria and her Snake Demon Legion. After a whole day of fighting and stopping, a valley covered in ice and snow suddenly appeared before Illyria and her entourage. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng had also chased them all the way to the vicinity of the valley. Suddenly, incomparably tyrannical auras flew out from the valley covered in ice and snow. 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with a pair of dragon wings on their backs, around 5 meters tall and covered in red fur issued tyrannical roars, instantly flew out from the valley and rushed into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The flying speed of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes was comparable to supersonic fighters. They rushed into the midst of the lightning fighters, before brandishing their fists and madly tearing the lightning fighters to shreds. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes shot fireballs from their mouths, bombarding the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, completely blowing them to pieces. As if unparalleled, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes madly slaughtered the Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng. Within a short half an hour, the lightning fighters and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky were directly destroyed by the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. Incomparably formidable fire elemental particles madly condensed in the sky, forming clouds of fire containing endless fire elemental particles. 5 seconds later, fireballs fell from the sky like raindrops, madly exploding towards the mechanized infantry divisions dispatched by Yang Feng. Under the bombardment of the terrifying fireball, tanks, IFVs, flamethrowers, self-propelled artillery, and many other weapons of war exploded, burned, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. The 10,000 primary battle robots with level 5 battle prowess were also blasted apart by the endless fireballs, and were completely annihilated. Warning! Warning! The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was completely annihilated. Preliminary energy analysis. The other party is a great warlock rank expert. Giant Stone City's portable fortified stronghold, Yang Feng's true body was practicing cultivation, when he suddenly received NR 3790 excess warning. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was wiped out? I remember that they were the troops that were chasing after the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion. If they had great warlock rank experts, then they would have already used them in the war against Fernando Principality. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, then quickly opened the battle log and looked at it. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. His eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. They were completely annihilated in the vicinity of a nameless valley in Sonaris Principality. This means that there's a great warlock rank expert lying in ambush there. The other party's objective must be made clear. Not far behind the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, the reconnaissance troops at once released large amounts of tiny mechanical cockroaches, mechanical mosquitoes, and mechanical flies, lurking in the direction of the valley. In the vicinity of the valley covered in ice and snow, an extremely gloomy voice came from inside the valley. "O'Leary, you actually dare to use me, you've got guts." A terrifying great warlock rank life force spread from inside the valley, shrouding O'Leary and her entourage, oppressing them to the point of being unable to breathe. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank battle prowess also descended from the sky, fiercely glaring at O'Leary and her entourage, their eyes flashing with ominous glints. O'Leary lay prone on the ground, saluted towards a distant place, and said in a magnetic voice, "Your Holiness, mighty Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. I'm willing to offer 100 of my clan's beautiful virgins and 10 million magic stones to quell your anger." The voice from inside the valley sounded once again. "Within a month, deliver the things you promised to demonic fire ape castle." "Yes, your Holiness," O'Leary said respectfully. Finished speaking, O'Leary quickly took the remaining 1,000 elite warriors of demonic snake core and retreated towards a distant place. Inside the valley, inside an enormous block of pure crystal-like ice, there was an approximately 13 or 14-year-old little girl with snow-white jade-like skin, a head full of silver long hair, and an incomparably exquisite appearance. That incomparably adorable little girl had a black dagger inserted in her abdomen, with traces of pitch-black evil chi diffusing from the dagger. She was holding a silver box in her bosom, from which snow-white rays of light blossomed, forming a suffocating ice-cold chi pervading in all directions. Outside the block of ice, there was a large expanse of black flames shrouding it. The large expanse of black flames emitted a scorching high temperature, slowly melting the pure block of ice. In the center of the black flame stood a young man dressed in a black formal attire, with an appearance of merely 23 or 24 years old. This young man was Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel. Israel revealed a handsome smile that could make countless young girls fall in love at first sight, and said, "Snow White Madam, give up resistance. This area has already been shrouded by my magic power. It's impossible for you to send a message to the outside. If you surrender now, then I can make you my wife, and even help you convert your blood meridians, letting you possess our demon clan's noble blood meridians, making your cultivation even faster." A cold voice was transmitted from the block of ice. "Surrender? I'm afraid that once I surrender, then I'll be dismembered and eaten by you. By devouring human warlocks, Demon Clan can greatly enhance their strength, and even obtain part of the human warlock strength, blood meridians, and knowledge." Israel, you've already been trapped in the great warlock realm for more than 1,000 years. If you eat me, then you'll have the chance to promote to a starry sky warlock. Would you let go of such an opportunity? Israel said with a slight smile. "That's right, if I eat you, then I can indeed increase my chances of breaking through to the starry sky warlock realm by 5%. However, I'm a person who prefers beauties over power. As long as you obey me, then the two of us can join hands and hunt other human great warlocks." Chapter 131. Israel said cruel words with a smile. Snow White madam, I know that Savage Claw's great warlock Isedo admires you very much. As long as you join hands with me, then we can easily assassinate him with a little trick. Afterwards, we'll eat him equally, that way, our strength can obtain a huge upgrade. Although great warlock-ranked demons didn't need to rely on eating human flesh to stay sane. However, devouring warlocks of the same rank was still very beneficial to them. Therefore, demons were one of the most terrifying enemies of humans. A firm voice came from the ice cube. I won't surrender to you, nor will I join hands with you, Israel said with a slight smile. No, you'll surrender to me. You've been stabbed by the legend-rank dagger kiss of the damned. Even if you have the legend-rank secret treasure ice snowbox. At most, it can only last for another 3 days. After 3 days, this ice snow barrier won't be able to withstand my erosion and will vanish into thin air. After I've captured you, I'll help you implant my clan's pure blood meridians in you and transform you into a demon. At that time, you'll definitely change your mind and become my wife. Demon Clan's blood meridian transformation technique was extremely terrifying. Demon Clan hadn't been exterminated by human warlocks since the 3rd Warlock dynasty. Instead, after a few ups and downs, it rapidly developed and grew stronger, all because of the might of the blood meridian transformation technique. If there wasn't a great warlock guarding Tyrandot subcontinent, then within a year, those demons could completely transform Tyrandot subcontinent's more than 10 billion humans into inferior demons. Demons were like cancer cells parasitizing humans. If one wasn't paying attention, then they would rapidly spread. The ice cube became deathly still at once. No matter what Israel said, the ice cube didn't emit any sound. As a great warlock, Israel's perception was extremely terrifying. No life form within a radius of more than a dozen square kilometers could escape his perception. But there were too many insects in this area, so he didn't notice the few mechanical mosquitoes monitoring him. A day passed in a flash. A thin layer of the pure ice cube was melted by the black flames. Israel suddenly creased his eyebrows and turned his head to look towards the southeast. By relying on his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the mechanical rumbling sounds coming from that direction. Israel said coldly, Go, get rid of them. Yes, Master, we will dismantle those iron lumps into scrap metal. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes outside the valley smiled malevolently, and instantly erupted with the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Their figures shook, and as if they had turned into 3 fire clouds, they shot towards the southeast. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes flew 6 kilometers towards the southeast direction and saw a dense crowd of more than 100,000 level 8-bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops, the 4 main battle robots advancing towards them. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes felt their scalps go numb when they saw this, and their arrogance instantly disappeared. Each of those level 8 main battle robots was more than 5 meters tall. At the same time they were equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. As long as there were less than 10 of those level 8 primary battle robots, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire ape brothers could easily destroy them. But against 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, even if they fought to the death, they still might not be able to completely destroy the level 8 primary battle robots. As soon as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes appeared, the level 8 gunner troops immediately adjusted their muzzles. Then very strangely, they were directly absorbed by the level 3 protective covers, and transformed into energy for the level 8 shield troops. The level 8 shield troops contained a new technology that could defend against energy attacks and absorb energy attacks. As long as a single energy attack didn't exceed its defensive limits, then it could absorb the energy of the energy attack and transform it into its own. Even though the shield troops were the lowest level combat troops of the Shi clan, but they still possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Chapter 132. 10 seconds later, the area within a radius of several li was already scorched black, potholes everywhere, traces of black smoke rising everywhere, the surroundings pervaded with a temperature that ordinary humans would find unbearable. The 100,000 primary battle robots were still expressionlessly walking in that area, heading towards the area shrouded by the snow-white valley. Israel's gaze instantly became gloomy. With Israel's strength as a great warlock, he could only release such a large-scale meteorological spell like rain of fireballs 5 times in a day. Such a terrifying meteorological spell that could destroy an ordinary army of hundreds of thousands with a single strike was the reason why Great Warlock stood at the pinnacle of Tyrannid subcontinent. The 100,000 primary battle robots didn't seem to be affected in the slightest by the rain of fireballs, making Israel's gaze gloomy and his heart endlessly horrified. Israel casually cast a spell, completely sealing the block of ice where Snow White Madam was, released the terrifying might of a great warlock, faced upwards and bellowed, "I am the great warlock Joyman, the Bear of Flames Master. Which friend has come? Please come out for a chat." Bear of Flames was a first-rate warlock group in Tyrannid subcontinent. The Bear of Flames Master was the great warlock Joyman. Israel was Joyman, and Joyman was Israel. "I am Yang Tai, a direct subordinate of Steel City's Yang Feng. I came to investigate the matter of Steel City's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division being annihilated. According to the information sent by my subordinates, they were annihilated in this area. Furthermore, they were annihilated using large-scale fire meteorological spells. Your Highness Israel, as soon as I arrived, you used large-scale fire meteorological spells to attack us. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind the attack on Steel City?" A young man brimming with oriental characteristics walked out from behind the mechanical army and asked coldly, "You've got some nerve, to even dare to speak to me like that." Israel flew out from the valley, his eyes glared at Yang Feng. A terrifying life force erupted in a flash, and a spirit might as vast as the sea crushed towards Yang Feng. As a great warlock, Israel had already transcended the mundane and was transforming into a god, an ancient fiend, an ancient devil, and a variety of other terrifying existences. A single gaze from him possessed the terrifying might to kill an existence below the level 1 warlock rank. At this moment, a level 8 shield troop beside Yang Feng instantly stepped forward, raised the shield in his hand, and instantly activated a level 3 protective cover to block in front of him. The shield released by the level 8 shield bearer had an all-round defensive capability. Whether it was physical attacks or magic attacks, they were all unable to penetrate the level 3 shield. The gunner troops among the 100,000 primary battle robots instantly adjusted their position, and countless Gauss cannons roared madly, blasting towards Israel. The artillery troops also adjusted their cannons, and countless missiles and artillery shells rained down on Israel. Israel didn't expect that Yang Feng would suddenly attack him. The countless Gauss cannons instantly destroyed the level 4 life force field surrounding his body, as countless Gauss cannons bombarded his body, sending him flying, directly embedded in the valley. Countless artillery roared, and all kinds of artillery shells and automatic homing missiles were fired from the artillery troops, bombarding Israel as well as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes simply didn't have time to react, and were immediately turned into sieves by the countless artillery shells. 3 level 8-bladed troops frantically flickered amidst the hail of bullets, and within a breath, appeared in front of the 3 heavily injured dragon-winged demonic fire apes, and beheaded them with a single slash. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying extraordinary life forms with battle prowess comparable to pinnacle level 3 warlocks, and their battle prowess was tyrannical. However, due to a moment of carelessness, they were directly killed by the huge mechanical legion. Every time the Shizu technology was unlocked by a level, the battle prowess of the mechanical legion would increase by a terrifying geometrical degree. "Stop! I'm the Bear of Flames Master, Joyman. Don't tell me you want to be enemies with the Bear of Flames?" Along with a furious roar, a storm of flames instantly gushed out from the valley, forming a pillar of flames, blocking the long-range attacks of the 100,000-strong mechanical legion. Israel's hair was disheveled, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Standing in the middle of the storm of flames, he looked just like a fiery god of flames, and glared at Yang Feng with extreme fury. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a pinnacle expert. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Israel's previous incarnation of the great warlock Joyman was a man of his word, and was revered by countless people. Yang Feng waved his hand, and stopped his attacks. With a fierce expression, he bellowed overbearingly, "You actually dare to attack me if you don't give me an explanation. I'll get rid of you here, and then lead my mechanical legion to flatten your Bear of Flames." Israel's eyebrows creased slightly, and he felt a bit of a headache. Why would I come across such a silk pants idiot at this time? Doesn't he know that even if he's hiding inside those mechanical golems, I only need 3 moves to kill him? If it was any other time, Israel would have definitely charged into the mechanical legion, killed Yang Feng, and then swaggered off. No matter how formidable the 100,000-strong mechanical legion was, it still wouldn't be able to detain a great warlock who was bent on leaving. However, the great warlock Snow White Madam was sealed within the valley. If she was released, then Israel would be in big trouble. In Tyrandot subcontinent, there were no more than 4 level 4 secret treasures such as the legendary dagger kiss of the damned, which were used by assassins. Without such legend-rank secret treasures, even a level 3 warlock wouldn't be able to injure a great warlock. But with legend-rank secret treasures, even an apprentice warlock might be able to assassinate a great warlock. Legend-rank secret treasures were very rare, and even great warlock rank experts might not have one. A lot of great warlocks without a strong background could only use level 3 secret treasures. Israel absolutely wouldn't give up on the opportunity to obtain 2 legend-rank secret treasures. Israel's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He weighed it over and over again, and finally made a compromise. Chapter 133. Yang Feng put away the Nain's soul elixir, revealed a look of greed and said overbearingly, "This bit of compensation isn't enough. I want a complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. At the very least, its crystal core and bones must be included. If there's blood meridian essence, then it couldn't be any better." Israel's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "A complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Are you kidding me? Such a precious treasure, even if your entire Steel City was added up, it still wouldn't be worth this price." The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was of astonishing value. Its entire body was a treasure. The blood meridian essence could be extracted from the blood of extraordinary life forms. Their bones, fur and crystal cores were all precious materials used in alchemy to refine legend-rank secret treasures. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was practically a priceless precious treasure. Once it appeared in an auction house, it would cause many great warlocks to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right, I recently asked the mighty Steel City's city master Yang Yi Darren to refine a legend-rank secret treasure. I'm currently short on materials, so hand over a complete great warlock rank extraordinary life form's corpse and this matter will be over." Israel's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, overflowing with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Yang Tai, you've got some nerve, you even dare to threaten me? Don't you know that your life is completely in my hands? If I want to kill you, then even if you have so many mechanical golems, they still won't be able to protect you." Israel was a great warlock rank demon. Moreover, he had disguised himself as Flame Bear's master Joyman. Whether it was among humans or demons, he was a lofty bigwig whose words carried enormous weight. Now that he was being threatened by a level 1 warlock, it naturally gave rise to killing intent. Yang Feng swept Israel with a glance. His eyes flashed with a touch of contempt and he said with a cold smile, "Your Highness Joyman, for such a bigwig like you to apologize to me in such a humble manner, presumably there's something in that valley that you must have. You can kill me, but my mechanical legion will definitely rush into that valley and snatch away the thing in its entirety. Our Steel City's City Lord's alchemy is unparalleled in the world, and there are more than 3 mechanical legions like this one. How many can you get rid of by yourself?" Israel's eyes instantly surged with endless anger, but he forced himself to calm down. With his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to escape from the pursuit of the massive mechanical army. However, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the 100,000 level 8 main battle robots. It was true that great warlocks were the most formidable existences in Tyrandot subcontinent. However, so long as one's strength reached a certain level, then the human wave tactic could also drown a great warlock. Israel was silent for a moment, then casually waved his hand and an up to 5 m long giant wolf corpse with blue fur flew towards Yang Feng. "This is the corpse of a blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf. It contains a crystal core and blood meridian essence. Take it and go." Yang Feng received the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse and carefully looked at it. His eyes flashed with a touch of satisfaction. Although the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf was the weakest level 4 extraordinary life form, its strength was by far inferior to that of formidable human great warlocks and dragons. However, it was, after all, a level 4 extraordinary life form. Its battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It could tear apart the majority of pinnacle level 3 warlocks. So long as it was modulated by the portable fortified stronghold, A mechanical battle beast comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form would soon appear. Yang Feng waved his hand and directly sealed the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse into a dimensional crest, then casually tossed the dimensional crest into the hands of a level 8 shield troop. The level 8 shield troop immediately retreated into the crowd of battle robots. Israel's eyes surged with killing intent. He forcefully suppressed his anger, squeezed out a trace of a smile and said, "Can you go now?" Yang Feng revealed a look of pity as if he was looking at an idiot, stared at Israel and said with a light smile, "Joy man, why are you so stupid? Do you believe everything I say? Since even you are tempted by the treasures in the valley, then I naturally can't let them go." Practically at the same time, the countless gunner troops and artillery troops opened their firepower and bombarded Israel with countless Gauss shells. The countless frightening Gauss shells instantly destroyed Israel's life force field, before bombarding his fleshly body, directly piercing through it and embedding it into the valley. The endless artillery fire, as if without pause, locked onto Israel and madly bombarded him. "Yang Tai, I'll kill you. No one in the entire continent can save you. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill every single person in Steel City, leaving no one alive." In a flash, a flame storm took shape, forming a flame storm barrier. All of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion's artillery bombarded the flame storm barrier, but were easily resisted by the flame storm barrier. Israel stood loftily in the center of the flame storm, as if a fire demon god. His eyes spurted out 2 streams of flames, the depths of his eyes flashing with unresolvable anger. Ever since he was a child, he had never been toyed with like this. Today, he was actually toyed with by a trifling level 1 warlock, making his anger rise to the extreme. There's no cure for stupidity. It's because you're too stupid that you've been deceived. I'm helping you. Now that you've been deceived once, you'll be on guard in the future. It'll be of great benefit to your conduct and conduct yourself in the future. You should be thanking me. Now that you want to kill me, you're really biting the hand that feeds you, heartless and unscrupulous. Yang Feng's figure retreated briskly, retreating into the protection of a large number of level 8 mechanical shield troops, before making sarcastic remarks from afar. "All right, I'll properly thank you, and cut you into pieces to repay your kindness." Israel's eyes spurted flames of anger, as he said each syllable. Finished speaking, Israel's figure shook, and at once separated into 9 clusters of flame arrows, madly shooting towards the Mechanical Legion. The 9 clusters of flame arrows at once bombarded the Mechanical Legion. Each level 8 primary battle robot was equipped with level 2 or higher protective covers. In that split second, the entire Mechanical Legion flashed with a large protective cover. The 9 clusters of flame arrows bombarded the Mechanical Legion, piercing through more than 90 bladed troops in a row, burning more than 90 bladed troops into ashes. Israel's complexion was somewhat unsightly as he watched the more than 90 bladed troops turn into ashes. With his current strength, he could only release the level 4 spell 9 flame arrows 10 times in a day. In other words, if he continued to release the spell 9 flame arrows, then at most he could kill more than 900 bladed troops before his spirit force would be exhausted. Even if he continuously drank precious elixirs to restore his spirit force, killing 2,000 level 8 primary battle robots in a day would already be his limit. Chapter 134. In Tyrandot's subcontinent, level 2 warlocks were already the masters of many small principalities. Even in Warlock College Antalya, level 2 warlocks were also members of the Senate. Their status was extremely high. In the entire Warlock College Antalya, there were less than 2,000 level 2 warlocks. For Israel to be able to kill 2,000 level 2 warlocks in a day, his strength was already extremely terrifying. But when he encountered such a freak like the Mechanical Legion, he appeared somewhat powerless. Yang Feng hid in the middle of the Mechanical Legion and made sarcastic remarks. "Your Highness Joyman, this bit of strength can't kill me. Don't tell me that as a great warlock, you only have this much? That's really too weak. Wait until I tear you to pieces. Then you'll know what I'm capable of." Israel was so angry that he laughed instead. His figure shook, countless flames soared into the sky, and he at once turned into a 6m tall level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bear, its whole body burning with raging flames. The level 4 extraordinary life form Byron demonic flame bear was second only to the extraordinary life form dragons. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the ability to fly, then they could even fight against dragons. The Byron demonic flame bear's figure shook, and immediately rushed towards the mechanical legion at a terrifying speed, as if a heavy tank. Boom, 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 boom. The Byron demonic flame bear that Israel had transformed into rushed into the mechanical legion, then brandished its huge bear paws and slapped the mechanical legion's primary battle robots. Whether it was the mechanical bladed troops or the mechanical shield troops with the strongest defensive strength, their protective covers were as thin as paper in front of Israel's bare paws. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from Israel. The primary battle robots blocking in front of Israel were all sent flying with a single slap, their components splashing everywhere. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from the incomparably heroic Israel. Within a short span of a few breaths, Israel forcibly tore apart more than 100 primary battle robots of the Mechanical Legion, before arriving in front of Xiaofan. So amazing! Worthy of being a great warlock rank expert, so fierce. Xiaofan only felt that even under the protection of the countless primary battle robots, he still didn't feel safe, as if he could only rely on his own strength to resist Israel. The 100 level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Xiaofan had already formed a defensive formation, raised their giant shields high, stimulated level 3 protective covers, and blocked in front of him. Although I don't have a way to kill these 100,000 mechanical golems, I will kill you. Within this Tyrannid subcontinent, no one can save you. Israel released a prideful roar akin to that of a wild beast. With a palm strike, he shattered layer after layer of level 3 protective shields, directly blasting a level 8 shield bearer into pieces. Within a few breaths, the level 8 shield troops blocking in front of Israel were sent flying one by one, tearing a huge hole in the ground and appearing in front of Yong Tai. Lowly ant, you dare to play tricks on a noble great warlock. Use your life to wash away your sins. Israel's eyes flashed with a glint of tyranny, and he extended his claw and fiercely pinched Yongfeng's head, as if crushing an insect's head. Yongfeng's eyes flashed with a touch of an eccentric glint, and he revealed a trace of a smile. You actually broke in so easily. I don't know if you're too stupid, or if you think that your strength is invincible. When Israel saw Xiaofan reveal a trace of a smile, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly welled up within him. In a split second, the eyes of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots flickered with red light, and they instantly detonated the self-destruct bombs within them. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying shock wave formed by the crazy self-destruct of 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots enveloped an area of several kilometers in radius. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and countless components and stones splashed in all directions. A violent hurricane suddenly blew from within the mushroom cloud, blowing away countless smoke and dust. Israel, whose arm had been blown off, his face covered in scars, and his body covered in scorch marks, walked out of the explosion with a look of alarm on his face. He was both alarmed and furious. This madman! He actually detonated so many mechanical golems. He's really crazy. The value of this mechanical golem legion is much higher than 3 to 5 legend rank secret treasures. After all, the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct wasn't concentrated at a single point, which was why Israel was only seriously injured. If the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct was concentrated at a single point, then it would definitely be able to blast Israel to pieces. Even so, the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robot self-destruct still directly blew off Israel's right arm. Israel had just walked out of the smoke and dust of the explosion, when an 8 m tall mechanical demonic polar bear drilled out from the ground behind him, and fiercely slapped at Israel. Morphin demonic polar bear. Israel's complexion changed greatly. He raised his left palm, and collided with the mechanical demonic polar bear's right palm. The Morphin demonic polar bear was a terrifying extraordinary life form on the same level as dragons. It could manipulate the power of the earth. Its all-out attack instantly once again inflicted heavy damage to the already seriously injured Israel. Israel was furious. He opened his mouth, and in a flash, a cloud of demonic flames pounced on the mechanical demonic polar bear. The mechanical demonic polar bear's whole body flashed with an earth-yellow radiance, and a thick layer of rock armor instantly appeared on its body. At the same time, it once again fiercely slapped Israel away. Israel was slapped away, when he suddenly felt pain in his back. In a split second, more than a dozen long blade scars appeared, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his back. Invisible freak. Fuck. Israel's battle experience was incomparably rich. With a backhand slap, a dozen Spectre hunters were directly smashed by his slap. The mechanical demonic polar bear once again stepped forward. Taking advantage of Israel's split second of distraction, it slapped him with its palm, breaking several dozen bones in his chest. After Israel was seriously injured by the mechanical demonic polar bear, he spat out a mouthful of blood, before recovering his human form. He turned into a cloud of flames and soared into the sky, before fleeing towards the north. The reason why human great warlocks were so terrifying was because of their numerous means and endless escape spells. It was very difficult to get rid of them. In the sky, there was a huge gust of wind, and the mechanical black dragon that had been hiding in the clouds suddenly flew out. With lightning speed, it dropped from the sky, pierced Israel's heart with its claw, and forcibly dug out the demon core in his heart. Despicable! Israel shouted, full of grief and indignation. The mechanical black dragon's claw slapped Israel's body, directly shattering his internal organs, and he fell from the sky. If you insist on being stubborn, then after you give in, then your status won't be as high as when you join us. An angry voice came from the ice block. You bastard, taking advantage of people's difficulties. All right, I'm taking advantage of people's difficulties. You're shameless. If you say that I'm shameless, then I'll be shameless. Snow White Madam's curses came from inside the ice block. It was just that she was obviously well educated. She only knew how to use the words shameless, taking advantage of others, and despicable, to scold him back and forth. Yang Feng was thick-skinned and let her curse. Snow White Madam cursed for a while, then stopped for a while and said weakly, "Stop the attack. I agree to join your city of steel." The pure ice barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. At most in a few hours, the ice barrier would collapse. Yang Feng raised his hand and all the attacks stopped. The ice around Snow White Lady's body quickly dissipated, and she weakly fell to the ground. A deathly still aura spread from her abdomen and quickly spread to her pretty face, making her look extremely haggard. The legend rank dagger kiss of the damned carried an extremely terrifying curse. Even if it was a great warlock rank expert like Snow White Madam, her life force would slowly be cleansed by the kiss of the damned and she would eventually die. A great warlock like Snow White Madam originally had a way to deal with the kiss of the damned merely by being stabbed by the kiss of the damned. However, Israel had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and she had suffered serious injuries. After fleeing here, she was no longer able to suppress the powerful curse of the kiss of the damned. Only then did she choose to seal herself in ice. Such a powerful curse. I'll think of a way to help you dispel it. Yang Feng's eyebrows rose slightly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest and a liquid metal nano-robot elixir appeared in his hand. He then directly stabbed Snow White Madam's right hand and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. Once the liquid metal nano-robots entered Snow White Madam's body, more than half of them were directly destroyed by her formidable life force. Formidable beings of the Great Warlock rank had extremely terrifying immunity, and their formidable life force could destroy many foreign objects. Many poisons were ineffective against Great Warlocks. Yang Feng was slightly startled. So fierce. Great Warlock rank experts are really terrifying. It seems like I have to obtain more Warlock knowledge or build a level 2 portable fortified stronghold to upgrade the level of science and technology. Otherwise, the liquid metal nano-robots won't be able to continue to control even more formidable beings. The liquid metal nano-robots were Yang Feng's means of controlling people. They were practically always successful. But now, when used on Snow White Madam, more than half of them were actually destroyed in an instant. This made him greatly alarmed and full of vigilance. But Snow White Madam had suffered serious injuries. Her physique had dropped to an extremely large extent and her life force had also suffered heavy damage. The liquid metal nano-robots that had invaded her body hadn't been completely destroyed. Those liquid metal nano-robots absorbed Snow White Madam's strength and life force and quickly grew. As if they had become a part of her body, they entered every nook and cranny of her body. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he heaved a slight sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. The evolution of the liquid metal nano-robots allowed Yang Feng to obtain first-hand data. Relying on this first-hand data, the 3796 would soon be able to develop a liquid metal nano-robot elixir capable of controlling great warlocks. Chapter 136. Snow White Madam watched all of this with some unwillingness and said coldly, "Still not going to help me heal?" Although Snow White Madam didn't know what Yang Feng had just injected into her body. However, after her immune system was activated and killed a large number of liquid nano-robots, she understood that it definitely wasn't anything good. "Rest assured, my medical skills are also unparalleled in the world." Yang Feng gave a confident smile, grabbed the legend-rank dagger Kiss of the Damned and pulled it out of Snow White Madam's abdomen. In a flash, a terrifying curse force erupted, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to frantically gush towards the wound caused by Kiss of the Damned, almost bursting out of her body. The countless liquid nano-robots inside Snow White Madam's body quickly surged, quickly forming new blood vessels and skin above the wound, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to flow. The countless liquid nano-robots exerted their strength together, quickly stimulating Snow White Madam's secret acupuncture points and arousing her life force. An incomparably tyrannical life force instantly erupted from Snow White Madam's petite body. Countless black smoke of the curse flew out of her eyes, ears, mouth and nose. The countless black smoke of the curse continuously condensed into all kinds of human faces, issuing extremely mournful curses. After a full 10 minutes, Snow White Madam collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, traces of redness welling up on her face. The liquid nano-robots aroused Snow White Madam's life force, allowing her to dispel the curse within her in a flash, but at the same time, it also injured her vitality. She needed to recuperate for a period of time before she could recover. After Snow White Madam dispelled the curse, her delicate temperament faded away, exuding a noble and mature temperament. She swept Yang Feng with a glance and said faintly, "What kind of elixir did you just inject into me?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "An elixir to prevent you from betraying me. If you're sincerely willing to serve Steel City, then it's a panacea. If you want to betray us, then it's the deadliest poison." Snow White Madam ridiculed, "Forcibly injecting a powerless young lady with poison, is this Steel City's style?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "The current me still doesn't have the qualifications to extravagantly give up the battle prowess of a great warlock rank expert." The Snow White Lady said calmly, "What do you want from me?" Yang Feng said, "The Western Frigid Ice Phoenix secret method and all the spell knowledge you have mastered." Lady Snow White did not choose to resist. She agreed very rationally, "Okay." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Shi Shui's talent was extraordinary. She promoted to a level 1 warlock even faster than Yang Feng. She was already on the verge of advancing to a level 2 warlock. As long as the complete version of Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix is given to her, then she can quickly break through and promote to a level 2 warlock. Furthermore, with her peerless talent and the tremendous resources at Yang Feng's disposal, it was only a matter of time before she promoted to a great warlock. Inside a heavy-duty transport aircraft. Every great warlock is a moving treasure. What a truth. Yang Feng scanned the space ring he got from Israel's corpse, and his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy. Israel's spatial ring was a high-grade item. It contained a space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Inside that space, there were neatly arranged chests of priceless top-notch magic stones. Each chest contained 1,000 top-notch magic stones, and a top-notch magic stone was equivalent to 1 million inferior magic stones. In other words, the value of this chest of top-notch magic stones exceeded 1 billion magic stones. In the world of warlocks, being powerful didn't mean that one had rich experience and was cunning. On the contrary, a lot of powerful warlocks were research madmen, and had simple minds. Dephilia hid inside the Snow White Pagoda and wholeheartedly practiced cultivation. Although she was the Snow White Pagoda's master, and her status was incomparably lofty, but she didn't manage the daily affairs, and naturally wasn't as cunning as Yang Feng. Chapter 137. Yang Feng handed the blue necklace to Dephilia and asked, "Dephilia, what is this?" As soon as Dephilia picked up the blue necklace, her beautiful eyes shone with a dazzling light. She caressed the blue necklace lovingly and said, Legendary rank secret treasure, Heart of Azure. Every day, it comes with 2 level 4 defensive spell. Water Curtain Heaven. The power of water spells below level 4 will be increased by 100%. The power of level 4 water spells will be increased by 50%. And the power of level 5 water spells will be increased by 20%. It can also nourish the body and spiritual power of the wearer. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and he grabbed the Heart of Azure. What a great treasure! It fits me perfectly. Dephilia ridiculed with a bit of jealousy. This is a lady's necklace. As a man, don't you feel ashamed wearing such a necklace? The blue heart was obviously a lady's necklace, and it conflicted with Israel's fire magic. That was why Israel did not wear this legendary necklace. Dephilia was very fond of the exquisite and powerful azure heart. That was a legendary rank secret treasure necklace. It was extremely rare. In the entire Tarandit subcontinent, there were only 4 known legendary rank necklaces. Yang Feng said with a light smile. It doesn't matter. My current strength is meager. The most important thing is to preserve my life. In the world of warlocks, only by surviving would one have unlimited possibilities. The Heart of the Azure could activate 2 rank 4 defensive spells every day, which was equivalent to having 2 lives. Humph! Dephilia snorted coldly, turned her small face to the side, and ignored Yang Feng. Yang Feng also began to reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. Self-detonation tactics are still too weak against great warlock rank experts. The main reason was that the power of the explosion could not be concentrated at a single point. The range was large enough, but the power was far from enough. Next time, I might as well just bury a small nuclear bomb in my clone. From the current data, a small nuclear warhead was enough to kill a great warlock rank expert. However, this tactic could not be easily exposed. Once it was used, the enemy had to be killed. Otherwise, it'll be useless if it's exposed. The reason why human warlocks were able to suppress countless planes and defeat countless extraordinary life forms, gods, fiends, devils and other terrifying existences was because of this. This was because they had mastered countless spells and could use different spells to deal with enemies in different situations. Once Yang Feng's self-detonation tactics were seen through, it would be very difficult to threaten great warlock rank experts. If those great warlock rank experts were to thoroughly study Yang Feng's battle robots or nuclear warheads, then they would be able to thoroughly study them. Without waiting for Yang Feng to get close, the nuclear warhead inside him would be detonated. In that case, Yang Feng would be sending his troops to be slaughtered. It was because Israel didn't know that Yang Feng possessed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, that he was killed by Yang Feng's sneak attack. If Israel was prepared in advance, then Yang Feng would at most be able to defeat him, but would absolutely be unable to kill him. Because they had once dominated countless planes, the warlocks had a high degree of acceptance towards all kinds of knowledge. As long as there were enough warlock research teams, then they would be able to crack any knowledge and make the corresponding response. The reason why Yang Feng hadn't previously exposed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, to deal with the snake demon legion, was because he wanted to keep his trump cards to deal with great warlock rank experts. Now, sure enough, his attack had succeeded. Yang Feng also intended to keep the nuclear warhead self-detonation tactic as a trump card, to be used at the most critical moment. Sonaris Principality's capital, Bailu City. Darren, it's bad. Steel City's mechanized infantry division has caught up. Illyria had just taken a nap and arrived at the Hall of Affairs, when Emma hurriedly came before her and reported a piece of bad news. Illyria's pretty complexion changed and she exclaimed, "Damn it, wasn't their mechanized infantry division already annihilated by Israel, Darren?" Emma said with a bitter expression, "It was Steel City's 3rd mechanized infantry division that was annihilated. Steel City's 5th mechanized infantry division is now pursuing us." The Snake Demon Legion could be considered as a very formidable legion within Hellion clan. But now, they were being chased all the way to their lair, making Emma very angry and helpless. But when she thought of the mechanized infantry division's terrifying battle prowess, Emma couldn't help but feel slightly terrified. When Emma and Illyria were leading the Snake Demon Legion to flee, they relied on their terrifying battle prowess to kill God knows how many warriors of the mechanized infantry division. But the warriors of the mechanized infantry division were all robots. No matter how many they killed, those robots wouldn't be terrified, nor would their morale drop. They would only attack, continuously attack, and slaughter their subordinates. The Snake Demon Legion's warriors were also battle-hardened warriors, but when faced with such a fearless and tyrannical firepower system, the nearly inexhaustible Mechanical Legion, they were similarly terrified. Illyria promptly made a decision. Immediately take our clansmen and evacuate Cineris Principality. Elder sister, you don't have the authority to issue such an order now. Following a seductive laughter, a beautiful woman with an extremely enchanting appearance that was 80% similar to Illyria walked over with a smile. She had a slim waist and perky buttocks, twin peaks that were as large as two small cantaloupes, and a blue ponytail that was tied up. Illyria took a step forward, her eyes instantly becoming snake-like vertical eyes. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level, 3 warlock revolved around her body and she said coldly, Tatiana, do you want to disobey my orders? Tatiana took out a document with a beaming smile and threw it at Illyria. This is an order from the Council of Patriarchs. Due to your defeat, you're no longer the Snake Demon Legion's commander. And I'm the new Snake Demon Legion's commander. Illyria took the document and carefully looked at it, her beautiful eyes surging with a touch of bitterness. She had been stripped of all her authority. Now, Snake Demon Clan's highest commander in the surface world had become her younger sister Tatiana. Illyria advised bitterly, Tatiana, all the warriors of Steel City's mechanized infantry division are mechanical golems. Chapter 138. Illyria was silent for a moment, before saying with a faint sigh, Yes. Legion Leader Darren. Tatiana laughed wantonly, spitting out the several hundred years of repressed resentment. Ha ha ha. It's been 400 years, sister. You've always been a head above me since childhood. Just because you were born an hour earlier than me, all the good things, all the glory belonged to you. I could only live in your shadow. Today, I've finally surpassed you. I'll let you know the disparity between us. Snake Demon Clan's strongest genius is me, not you. Illyria creased her eyebrows slightly and said unhurriedly, I'm sorry. Tatiana snorted coldly, before turning around and leaving with large strides. I don't need your apology, and you haven't let me down. I'll prove to you that I, Tatiana, am Snake Demon Clan's strongest expert. In the future, Snake Demon Clan's patriarch will be me. Bailu City was in an uproar. Countless Boa cavalrymen madly gushed out of Bailu City, before quickly forming a 30,000-strong Bagru Boa cavalryman legion in the wilderness. Countless large and small venomous snakes also gushed out of Bailu City, forming a sea of snakes on the ground. Tatiana, Illyria and Emma, the 3 great level 3 warlocks of Snake Demon Clan stood loftily on top of a level 3 extraordinary life-form Kamado silver-white demonic horned boa. Cineris Principality was a human country that Snake Demon Clan had captured. According to Demon Clan's rules, this principality belonged to Snake Demon Clan's domain. The fiendish Demon Clan was just like the human race, they were constantly fighting and killing each other. Although under the command of Royal Demon Clan, all the demons had united to kill their way out of the underworld, but there was still a clear division between them, with each having their own sphere of influence. Only in the area occupied by Royal Demon Clan would the experts of the various great demon clans converge. They're here. A group of ant-like mechanical golems can beat the 2 of you into a sorry state. The 2 of you are really trash. Tatiana stood on top of the Kamado silver-white demonic horned boa's head, her eyes transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, easily seeing the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division more than 20 li away. She sneered and ridiculed. Emma's eyes flashed with anger, and she was about to open her mouth to refute. Illyria stretched out her hand and pulled her adjutant. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Tatiana's words fell, flames flashed and a self-propelled artillery shell landed on the neatly arranged Snake Demon Legion. Huge explosions rang out one after another as hundreds and thousands of powerful Snake Demon soldiers were blown to pieces by the artillery fire. Blood splashed everywhere. When Tatiana saw the Snake Demon Legion's elite warriors being blasted apart by the artillery fire and blood splattering everywhere, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she screamed in horror, Fuck! There were still more than 20 li to go. What was that thing? Could it be a human warlock's magic cannon? But aren't human warlocks' magic cannons unable to be used in the field? It was the first time Tatiana had seen a war weapon that could strike from a distance of more than 20 kilometers. When she saw hundreds and thousands of Bagru Boa cavalrymen being blasted to death, She was so angry that she almost wanted to spit blood. Illyria, who was rich in battle experience, immediately shouted, "Those are Steel City's war weapons, we have to go and destroy them." The self-propelled artillery had a long range and formidable might, but once it got close, it was just a lump of scrap iron. "I don't need you to teach me. Follow me, let's destroy that scrap iron." Tatiana's eyes were bloodshot. She screamed, magic radiances flickered all over her body, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from her back. She flapped her fleshy wings and swiftly flew towards the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division at a terrifying speed. Illyria and Emma glanced at each other before also flying in Tatiana's direction. The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's level 5 humanoid robots took out Gauss rifles one after another, before madly firing towards the sky. A variety of anti-aircraft cannons, surface-to-air missiles, and other anti-aircraft weapons were launched one after another, forming a dense net of firepower that madly swept towards the sky. Tatiana directly transformed into a half-human, half-snake monster. Her whole body was shrouded in an incomparably formidable life force. She evaded the majority of the Gauss bullets with her ghost-like agility. At the same time, a small portion of the Gauss bullets were directly deflected by her life force. Magic radiances continuously flickered in Illyria's and Emma's hands. Black rays of light shot towards the surface-to-air missiles, directly shattering them. There was a burst of rumbling in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters descended from the sky, their cannons rumbling, madly strafing towards Tatiana's trio. The lightning supersonic fighters were the war weapons that chased Illyria and Emma, forcing them to flee in a sorry state. If they didn't have the super-fast war weapons like the lightning supersonic fighters, they could have easily torn all the battle robots below to shreds. Under the pursuit of 100 lightning supersonic fighters, countless cannons bombarded Illyria's trio, unceasingly causing the life force protecting their bodies to tremble, tottering on the verge of collapse. Highly poisonous mist. Tatiana's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cold light. With a sharp whistle, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a cloud of green mist. It rose against the wind and turned into a huge green poisonous mist, enveloping the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots below. Highly poisonous mist was the strongest level 3 area of effect poison spell that Tatiana practiced. Once contaminated by the mist of highly poisonous mist, even an Earth Knight rank powerhouse would be poisoned to death. However, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was made up entirely of robots. The green poisonous mist enveloping those robots didn't seem to have the slightest effect. No effect? Sure enough, but my spell isn't that simple. Tatiana smiled coldly, then faced upwards and let out a sharp whistle. When the giant snakes under the Bagru Boa cavalrymen heard that whistle, they opened their bloody mouths one after another, spitting out clouds of black venom and flying towards the sky. Tatiana pointed with her finger. A powerful suction force quickly converged with her as the core, gathering the countless black venom together and surging. Corrosive snake venom rain. Tatiana waved her lily-white hand. Countless black venom fell from the sky, scattering on the ground like raindrops. When the drops of black venom fell on the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots that were already contaminated by highly poisonous mist, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots emitted bursts of white smoke, before strangely dissolving and turning into lumps of scrap iron. Chapter 139. Once the Level 3 spell Toxic Mist and the Level 3 spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain were combined, it would form a terrifying large-scale poison attribute spell. Even if it was a Level 2 Warlock, once they were first corroded by the Toxic Mist and then the Corrosive Snake Venom Rain, only death would await them. To cast such a combined spell, it required the support of countless Bagru Boas. A Level 3 Warlock alone wouldn't be able to cast such a terrifying spell. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint. She looked at Tatiana in the sky and sighed faintly. Sure enough, she practiced this spell. Emma's eyes flashed with a touch of delight and she revealed a trace of a smile. This time, it should be our victory. Tatiana watched as large swathes of primary battle robots melted in the poisonous rain. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she revealed a trace of a smile. Such a formidable large-scale poison attribute spell. No wonder the status of warlocks in this world is so high. Mortals basically don't have the power to resist warlocks. Even if it was an army of millions of mortals, Without the help of warlocks, they would all die from this spell. On the other side, Yang Feng watched as the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots melted in the corrosive rain, and his heart trembled slightly. In Tyrandot subcontinent, warlocks were the lofty rulers. Mortals were basically unable to contend against them. After this battle, Yang Feng had a deeper understanding. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and ordered, "Execute Plan B." The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's legion immediately began to disperse. At the same time, all the combat units equipped with Level 1 protective covers at once activated their Level 1 protective covers. On the battlefield, thousands of combat units had activated their Level 1 defense shields. Under the protection of the Level 1 protective covers, those combat units survived the large-scale spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain. Defensive spells. How is that possible? How could those mechanical golems have defensive spells? Tatiana was stunned when she saw the several thousand combat units erupt with protective covers. In Tyrandot subcontinent, very few mechanical golems had defensive spells. They basically used their strength to crush their enemies. Those mechanical golems with the ability to automatically cast defensive spells were extremely terrifying and formidable. They were terrifying weapons comparable to level 3 warlocks. They were the trump cards of many powerful forces. That humanoid mechanical golem was actually able to automatically activate defensive spells, completely subverting Tanya's common sense. Tatiana's stacked level 3 spells destroyed more than half of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's combat units. The remaining combat units frantically attacked Tatiana's trio while frantically attacking the Bagru Boa Knights. All kinds of cannons bombarded the Bagru Boa cavalrymen. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of Bagru Boa cavalrymen were blown to pieces. The 100 lightning supersonic fighters were also frantically attacking Tanya and the other 2. Illyria sensed the Bagru Boa rider's aura continuously disappearing and shouted loudly, "Tatiana, let's retreat. If we don't retreat, our clansmen will all die." The Bagru Boa cavalrymen were the elite warriors of the Snake Demon clan. If all the Bagru Boa cavalrymen died, the strength of the Snake Demon clan would be greatly damaged. "This won't do. Listen to my orders and destroy these steel lumps." Tatiana's eyes were bloodshot. She opened her mouth and spat out a black poisonous arrow. As if a black light, it instantly stabbed a lightning supersonic fighter. In a flash, the lightning supersonic fighter was corroded, issuing sizzling sounds and white smoke. It fell from the sky to the ground, before exploding crazily and turning into a ball of fire. Tatiana and Illyria were both terrifying pinnacle level 3 warlocks and were proficient in a variety of spells. Even if it was a lightning supersonic fighter, they still had the ability to deal with it. Previously, Illyria had been chased by the Mechanical Legion into a battered and exhausted state. That was because she wanted to protect the remaining warriors of the Snake Demon clan and Emma. Illyria clenched her teeth, then spat out a black poisonous arrow towards the lightning supersonic fighter in the sky. It completely corroded one of the lightning supersonic fighters and caused it to fall from the sky. Emma's figure shook and she immediately landed on the ground. Her lily-white hands fluttered and bombarded those primary battle robots, smashing them to pieces. One after another, lightning supersonic fighters fell from the sky and exploded. A large number of Bagru Boa cavalrymen were torn to pieces by the shellfire. Everyone's eyes turned red from killing in that crazy battle. Those Bagru Boa cavalrymen finally forcibly broke through the shellfire blockade with their flesh and blood bodies, before pouncing towards the scattered primary battle robots of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. A Bagru Boa rushed to the side of a primary battle robot, then opened its bloody maw and directly bit a mechanical gunner troop of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division into pieces. That Bagru Boa had just bitten that gunner troop, when another gunner troop madly strafed it with a Gauss rifle. Countless bullets at once pierced through that Bagru Boa's body, splattering blood everywhere. That Bagru Boa struggled with all its might. Its huge tail swung at the gunner troop, directly smashing it into pieces. After getting rid of 2 gunner troops, that Bagru Boa struggled for a while, before dying. After the Bagru Boa got close to them, for every Bagru Boa killed by those gunner troops, 7 or 8 of them would be destroyed. The battle gradually tilted in favor of the Snake Demon clan. The fierce and cruel battle lasted for a full 2 hours. After Tatiana destroyed the last lightning supersonic fighter, her complexion was pale. Gasping for breath, she clutched the wound on her abdomen and laughed wildly. "Haha, I did it. Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was annihilated by me. Ha ha ha, O'Leary, my dear sister, did you see that? I annihilated Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division, I won. I'm much stronger than you. O'Leary's pretty face was devoid of happiness. She spat out a mouthful of blood, took a glance below and sighed faintly. However, the price we paid was too disastrous. Of the 30,000 Bagru Boa cavalrymen, only 3,000 remained. O'Leary's adjutant, Emma, was also seriously injured by the bombardment. Of the 1,000 Omagudo flying snakes, only 135 remained. Cineris Principality's snake demon clan could be said to have been crippled. Even so, I'm still victorious. As long as I'm victorious, I'll get a steady stream of reinforcements. Tatiana laughed madly. Looking at the Snake Demon Legion's remnants, who were wantonly shouting and cheering for their victory, her beautiful eyes were brimming with pleasure. As long as she could gain a foothold in Cineris Principality, then Snake Demon Clan would send a steady stream of reinforcements from the underworld to support her. Suddenly, Tatiana's smile became extremely stiff. Looking into the distance, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of fear. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed and machinery rumbled. Armored personnel carriers, tanks, self-propelled artillery, and other weapons of war were galloping in this direction. Lightning supersonic fighters unceasingly shuttled through the clouds. I'm Yang Tong, the division commander of the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division. Now let's begin the second round. From above a heavy tank, a beast-type bladed troop jumped out and said heartily with a mechanical synthesized voice. Boom, 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 boom. The mechanical synthesized voice had just fallen when an almost endless artillery fire enveloped the remaining thousands of Bagru Boa cavalrymen. Under the terrifying artillery fire, the Bagru Boa cavalrymen were blown to pieces, wailing mournfully. How could this be? How could this be? Tatiana's complexion was pale. She spat out a big mouthful of blood and fainted. She had exerted all her strength to annihilate a mechanized infantry division with the entirety of Cineris Principality's Snake Demon Clan's strength. Yet at the juncture of victory, another mechanized infantry division appeared. Under great joy and great sorrow, her spirit collapsed. We're withdrawing. O'Leary's pretty face was pale. She issued a shrill howl, picked up Tatiana, turned into a black light and fled into the distance. Emma also dragged her seriously injured body. She hatefully glared at the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division and fled in a sorry state. After scaring away the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion, a large number of primary battle robots entered the battlefield and began to clean up the battlefield. Yang Feng looked at the wreckage of spare parts all over the ground and his gaze congealed slightly. These demons really can't be underestimated. Just the Snake Demon Clan alone is so powerful. Moreover, this still isn't the Snake Demon Clan's full strength. If we were to be targeted by the strongest experts of the Underworld's allied forces, then it would be troublesome. There were many races in the Underworld's allied forces, among which the most powerful were Dark Elven Clan and Hellion Clan. The Demonic Snake Clan was only a branch of the Demonic Demon Clan. According to Black Dragon Empire's intelligence, Snake Demon Clan also had one or more great warlock rank experts keeping watch. They couldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng calculated within, nowadays if I want to expand my forces, then I'm bound to offend people, unless I'm a coward. To expand without attracting the attention of the Underworld's allied forces, it's a bit difficult to grasp this degree. After occupying Cineris Principality, I'll have to stop the expansion and observe the situation. With Yang Feng's current strength, he could recover the majority of the Southern States Coalition's principalities occupied by the Hellions. But that would be too conspicuous. Once the Underworld's allied forces joined hands, then they could completely uproot his forces. Long live Steel Lord Darren. Long live Yang Feng Darren. Long live Yang Tong Darren. After Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion entered Bailu City, it received a warm welcome from everyone in Bailu City, as if they were waiting for their savior. Countless people scrambled to sign up to join the army, taking the initiative to approach Yang Feng and surrender, allowing him to easily grasp the hearts of the majority of the people in Bailu City. At that time, after I entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, my cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds and I quickly entered the domain of a great warlock. If I hadn't entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, then I would at most be a level 3 warlock. Perhaps it would take another 100 years before I could promote to a great warlock. That's why I owe Rose Garden a big favor. Yang Feng, if you want to go further on the warlock path, then this is definitely a good opportunity that you can't miss. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw and Black Dragon Pagoda all have similar treasures. However, in terms of effect, the Rose Divine Pool is the best for warlocks below the Great Warlock rank. Moreover, the other 5 Great Warlock forces wouldn't let their non-core members use such treasures. Defilia said faintly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he said slowly, "It seems that I have to go to Rose Garden." Yang Feng was very surprised that Rose Garden actually had a divine armament. The so-called divine armaments were treasures that were personally forged by gods from other planes. They were treasures that had mystical powers and were refined from countless precious materials. In other planes, there were many kinds of formidable beings that could be called gods. Even the weakest gods possessed strength by far surpassing that of starry sky warlocks. Each of the divine artifacts created by the powerful gods possessed terrifying abilities. Moreover, not all gods possessed the power to forge divine armaments. Some weak gods were simply unable to forge divine armaments. Rose Garden actually had a divine armament rank treasure, so one could well imagine how formidable their underlying strength was. Yang Feng also somewhat understood why Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlocks would look down on the allied forces from the underworld's races. 3 days later, the news of Snow White Madam joining Steel City quickly spread in Tyrannid subcontinent. This news immediately shocked Tyrannid subcontinent's human forces. Steel City's defeat of the Snake Demon Legion and recapture of Sonera's Principality was merely to make those formidable forces take its existence seriously. But with Snow White Madam, this great warlock rank expert, joining Steel City, that meant that Steel City had leapt to become a first-rate force second only to Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Countless forces sent congratulatory gifts to congratulate Snow White Madam for joining Steel City. If it wasn't for the allied forces from the underworld's races besieging cities everywhere, then there would definitely be countless experts personally coming to Steel City to congratulate it. St. Rose City was a city with a population of up to 1 million located in Rose Mountain Range. Rose Garden was located in the depths of Rose Mountain Range. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter Rose Garden. Only apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden could enter. St. Rose City was a city that provided apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden to enjoy secular pleasures. Aristocratic youngsters who longed to enter Rose Garden, merchants who wished to do business with Rose Garden, as well as people with all kinds of objectives, all gathered here, making St. Rose City extremely prosperous. The residences of peak warlock groups are really high-end. Yang Feng looked at St. Rose City's towering skyscrapers, spacious streets and speeding magic sports cars, as if he was situated in a world that was even more advanced than Earth's technology. "Hey, beauties, do you want to hitch a ride?" An incomparably eye-catching silver convertible magic sports car sped over from afar, before stopping in front of Yang Feng and entourage. A charming woman with jade-white skin, long red hair and wearing large sunglasses frivolously revealed a charming smile towards the few girls beside Yang Feng. "I've long heard of Rose Garden's Lalatos, but I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a superb product." Yang Feng looked at that sexy red-haired beauty and was somewhat speechless. Rose Garden was the only formidable warlock group led by women among Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Rose Garden's successive masters were all extremely outstanding beauties. At the same time, Rose Garden's Rose Empire's emperor was also an empress. Rose Garden's Rose Garden had more women than men, therefore, the number of Lalas was always high. According to legend, Rose Garden's successive generations were all Tyrannid subcontinent's most formidable Lalas. Sure Shui swept the silver convertible magic sports car with a glance and said with a slight smile, "Ask Gidge if he says we're hitching a ride, then we'll hitch a ride." "We have a car." Yang Feng gave a slight smile and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A gold-plated 10-seater convertible luxury sports car embedded with countless gems appeared on the main road. Yang Feng gave the red-haired beauty a somewhat provocative glance and snapped his fingers. The convertible luxury sports car embedded with a large number of gems automatically opened its door. Shui and the other girls boarded the convertible luxury sports car. The guards following beside Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on their chests one after another. In a flash, silver sports cars appeared on the main road. Very quickly, a fleet of luxury cars appeared on the spacious passageway. The red-haired beauty took off her sunglasses, revealing a peerlessly beautiful complexion that could turn all living things upside down. She asked curiously, "Is this Steel City's sports car? It looks pretty good. What's the power source? Is it Steel City's newly developed high-energy crystal, Yang Feng?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of vigilance as he said, "Who are you?" The red-haired beauty said with a slight smile, "I'm called Angelina, the eldest daughter of Her Majesty the Empress of Rose Empire and the first successor of Rose Empire. May I have the honor of becoming friends with you?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "It's my honor to be your friend." Angelina asked curiously, "What's the maximum speed of your sports car?" Yang Feng said somewhat proudly, "My Type 1 Lightning Dragon Speedster sports car can reach a maximum speed of 600 km per hour. In Tyrandot subcontinent, the maximum speed of magic sports cars was around 80 km per hour to 150 km per hour. The maximum speed of magic sports cars manufactured by Level 3 Warlock Alchemists could reach a speed of 300 km per hour to 400 km per hour. However, the number of Level 3 Warlock Alchemists was relatively small. The number of magic sports cars refined by Level 3 Warlock Alchemists could also be counted on one's fingers. As for Great Warlock rank Warlock Alchemists, they basically wouldn't refine toys like magic sports cars. Chapter 141. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "When? I might not have the time." Angelina's eyes shone and she said with a sweet smile, "Now, let's go to the fiery dragon racetrack. It'll only take half a day. I think you'll have a great experience." Yang Feng directly sat on the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon automatically closed its door and said towards Angelina with a smile, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The fiery dragon racetrack was St. Rose City's most famous racetrack. It was more than 450 kilometers long. The long racetrack contains slopes, sharp turns, cliffs, mountains, sand, hills and other kinds of terrains. It was the favorite gathering place of St. Rose City's second-generation warlocks and car racing enthusiasts. Each magic sports car selling price was more than 10,000 magic stones. Moreover, it consumed an inferior magic stone every 200 kilometers. Only formidable warlocks or extremely wealthy second-generation warlocks were qualified to have the financial resources to play with magic sports cars. Yang Feng followed behind Angelina and arrived at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack. At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, there were several tens of extremely eye-catching magic sports cars parked. Next to those magic sports cars gathered many youngsters. Handsome men and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. At the same time, those youngsters involuntarily emitted formidable life force. The majority of them were apprentice warlock rank life force, but there was no lack of level 1 warlock rank life force. In a small state like Fernando Principality, level 1 warlocks were considered to be extremely rare experts. But in St. Rose City, they were nothing. Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon arrived at the fiery dragon racetrack. It attracted the gazes of countless people. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's exquisite design and luxurious 10-seater convertible was still very rare on the fiery dragon racetrack. Gold sports car, so unsophisticated. Why would a 10-seater convertible magic sports car come here? This is the fiery dragon racetrack. I don't know where this bumpkin came from, to actually drive such an unsophisticated car here and make a fool of himself. Ridiculing voices came from the crowd. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car plated with a thick layer of gold and inlaid with countless gems. If it was on Earth, it would definitely make countless young girls scream and countless beautiful women kneel and lick it. But in the world of warlocks, gold was merely a slightly more advanced currency than silver and copper. What was truly valuable were the high-level magic cores and magic crystals of various magical beasts, demons, and extraordinary beings. Yang Feng listened to the surrounding ridicule, his face twitched. He turned around and looked at Eunice and the other women behind him. The aesthetic standards of different worlds are really different. I'm actually being looked down upon by these fellows. No wonder Angelina's gaze was so strange. Eunice covered her mouth and giggled. Dephilia, who was like an iceberg lowly, also revealed a trace of a smile. Coming from a warlock aristocratic family, they naturally knew that the appearance of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car would seem tacky among genuine magic sports car enthusiasts. As soon as Angelina stepped out of the car, numerous gazes were attracted to her. They were filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, and all sorts of complicated emotions. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with a golden ponytail and an extremely good figure, somewhat similar to Angelina's, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, yet her appearance appeared somewhat immature. From her appearance, she appeared to be approximately 15 or 16 years old. She walked over with a beaming smile. "Big sister Angelina, you've come. If I'm not mistaken, then the man beside you should be Steel City's Xiaofan." The girl's words had just fallen, when gazes shot from all directions and concentrated on Xiaofan. That Steel City's sole successor, Xiaofan? That lucky good-for-nothing Xiaofan? After Snow White Madam joined Steel City became a force second only to the 6 great warlock groups. He's actually Steel City's sole successor. What a lucky bastard. With Steel City's city master's love for him, even if he's a good-for-nothing, he can still practice cultivation and become a warlock. Yeah. Reportedly, all of Steel City's resources are tilted towards him. Could it be that he came to St. Rose City for the Rose Divine Pool's cultivation quota? Whispered discussions came from the group of youngsters. Practically all the youngsters looked at Xiaofan with gazes brimming with envy and jealousy. After Snow White Madame Dephilia joined Steel City became a first-rate warlock group second only to Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. As Steel City's sole successor, Xiaofan naturally received the envy and jealousy of those young princeling warlocks. The more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. Once a human promoted to a warlock, their life form would undergo a terrifying evolutionary transformation, and their entire level of life would undergo a transformation. After evolving into an official warlock, the success rate of official warlocks giving birth to offspring would begin to drop rapidly. The more powerful a warlock was, the more difficult it was to produce offspring. However, in this world of warlocks, human warlocks had already overcome numerous difficulties and researched elixirs that could increase the success rate of producing offspring. They could increase the success rate of warlocks giving birth to offspring to the apprentice warlock rank. Therefore, in Tyrannid subcontinent, the majority of the leaders of the forces had countless descendants. It was practically impossible to become the sole successor of those forces. As Steel City's sole successor, Xiaofan's status became incomparably noble, even higher than Rose Empire's first successor, Angelina. Angelina, as the first successor, still had to face the competition from Rose Empire's many successors. And Xiaofan was already certain that he would inherit Steel City, this terrifying force. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a smile, "Younger sister Bess, that's right, he's from Xiaofan." A tall and sturdy young man with a head full of scarlet short hair, exuding a valiant aura, with a ridiculing smile on his face, arrived beside Bess and said with a sneer, "Xiaofan, that good-for-nothing Xiaofan with an inferior level, 1 soul aptitude? He's just a hedonistic son of rich parents relying on his family's influence. If it wasn't for his family's help, then you wouldn't even be an apprentice warlock." A slender and handsome young man dressed in a white warlock's chongpao smiled as he walked over and threatened without a trace of anger, "Xiaofan, you good-for-nothing, stay away from Angelina. Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you and sending your corpse to your uncle. Presumably, it'll be very interesting." More than a dozen youngsters faintly exuding official warlock rank life force quickly gathered beside the scarlet short-haired man and the man dressed in a white warlock's chongpao, looking at Xiaofan with ridiculing expressions. Xiaofang's eyebrows creased slightly. He turned towards Eunice and Dephilia and asked, "Who are these 2 brain-damaged idiots? They actually dare to talk nonsense in front of me?" Judy and Shurshue's experience wasn't rich enough. It was basically impossible for them to recognize these 2 strange men. Dephilia said indifferently, "I don't know these nobodies." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and she said unhurriedly, "The red-haired man should be Savage Claw's strongest genius of this generation, the Blood Beast Monarch Cookson. And this person should be White Ivory's Little Thunder Monarch Rymont." Eunice transmitted, "Every time Rose Garden holds a warlock convention, not only will the Rose Divine Pool be open for the most outstanding warlock geniuses to practice cultivation, but at the same time, Rose Garden's most outstanding unmarried women will also be selected as son-in-law. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden is, in fact, a marriage convention. In Tarandit subcontinent, many of the strongest experts had a wife or lover from Rose Garden. Anyone who wants to deal with Rose Garden must consider the reactions of those peak experts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of understanding. So that's how it is. If that's the case, then although Rose Garden isn't the strongest among the 6 great warlock groups, but it's definitely the most difficult to deal with. Every few years, Rose Garden would hold a warlock convention, gathering Tarandit subcontinent's young warlock geniuses together. Afterwards, the most outstanding warlock geniuses would be selected to form a marriage alliance. In this way, Tarandit subcontinent's peak warlock experts would be inextricably linked with Rose Garden. Even within the other 5 great warlock groups, there were also many people who would form a marriage alliance with Rose Garden's female warlocks. In this way, no one would dare to act against Rose Garden, otherwise, they would become enemies with Tarandit subcontinent's warlock geniuses. Eunice continued to transmit. Angelina is Rose Empire's first-in-line successor. If one can marry her, then once she ascends to the throne, her husband will be a grand prince. As a prince, her husband would definitely receive a huge amount of resources. In addition to the Rose Divine Pool, Rose Garden also has a lot of secret treasures second only to divine armaments. Those secret treasures can definitely allow one to be reborn and advance a step further. Yang Feng finally understood. No wonder those 2 fellows were pouncing over like male dogs in heat. It turns out that there's such a huge benefit concealed. Rose Empire was also one of Tarandit subcontinent's most powerful empires. Once Angelina ascended to the throne, then she would be able to grasp tremendous resources. Although she would have to hand over the majority of those resources to Rose Garden, but the small portion at her disposal was already extremely terrifying. By becoming her grand prince, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be enormous. Cooksen's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of dense killing intent, and he threatened in a cold voice. Yang Feng, you dare to insult us? Could it be that your Steel City wants to betray humanity, rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races, and become shameful traitors? The allied forces of the underworld's races came menacingly, sweeping away everything in their way. Some human warlocks who didn't have enough time to escape chose to rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races, and became traitors of humanity. Who do you think you are to dare frame me? Yang Feng's gaze was ice cold, and he said coldly, I see that the 2 of you are trying to sow discord between Steel City and Rose Garden. You're clearly traitors of humanity. Angelina, have my guards chop these 2 human traitors to pieces, intimidate these petty people, and serve as a warning to others. The 2 guards standing behind Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crests on their chests, and suddenly, their bodies swelled. Shortly after, 2 6-meter-tall level 8 beast-type bladed troops ejected from the dimensional crests. The 2 level 8 beast-type bladed troops didn't say anything else, and in a flash, they launched themselves. Holding high-frequency oscillation blades, they madly chopped at Cooksen and Rymont, the 2 young geniuses of Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory. Cooksen's eyes flashed with a whiff of horror, and he bellowed. In a flash, the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 2 warlock erupted, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall gorilla covered in red fur, as if burning with flames. After transforming into a red-furred gorilla, Cooksen immediately pulled out an up to 3-meter-long wolf-tooth mace and swung it with all his might, directly hitting the high-frequency oscillation blades of the beast-type bladed troop, and sending the high-frequency oscillation blades flying. Rymont's body flickered with lightning, as if he was riding lightning. He didn't retreat, but instead advanced. In a flash, he evaded the attack of the beast-type bladed troop, and strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng, before sending his foot carrying lightning radiance towards Yang Feng's head. In a flash, a transparent protective cover flashed in front of Yang Feng. Rymont's foot slammed on the transparent protective cover, setting off ripples on the surface of the transparent protective cover. He was sent flying backwards, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. In front of Yang Feng, an up to 6-meter-tall level 8 shield troop holding a giant shield had already appeared. Stay your hand. Angelina's eyebrows arched, and a terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock diffused from her body. She swept Yang Feng's group of 3 with a gaze brimming with dignity, and said coldly, This is St. Rose City. In St. Rose City, you must abide by Rose Empire's laws. If you have any grudges, you can leave St. Rose City and settle them privately outside. Outside St. Rose City, I don't care how you fight. But if you fight in St. Rose City, then you're Rose Garden's enemy. Did you hear that, you two idiots? Still not staying your hand? Do you want to become enemies with Rose Garden? Ugly red-furred gorilla. Chapter 142. Raimon's eyes flashed with a touch of gloominess and he said coldly, Yang Feng, this is the fiery dragon racetrack. The way to resolve all grievances here was through a race between magic sports cars. Do you dare to make a bet with us? If you don't dare, then get the hell out of St. Rose City. The storage ring in Yang Feng's hand flashed with radiance and a chest fell to the ground. It opened, revealing a chest full of top-notch magic stones. Make a bet? Interesting, I'm only worried about one thing, that is, you can't come up with a corresponding stake. This is a chest full of top-notch magic stones. You know the value of top-notch magic stones. You two poor wastrels, if you can't come up with a corresponding stake, then get the hell out of St. Rose City. Those are the legendary top-notch magic stones. Top-notch magic stones contain the purest magic energy. If the magic energy contained within a top-notch magic stone is completely absorbed, then it's enough to promote a level 2 warlock to a level 3 warlock. It's the first time I've seen a top-notch magic stone. It's a treasure that only great warlocks are qualified to use. A top-notch magic stone is worth at least 2 million inferior magic stones. This chest full of top-notch magic stones is worth at least 2 million inferior magic stones. He's really too rich. The Steel Lord really dotes on his nephew too much, to even give him such a treasure. Gazes of horror, greed, jealousy and envy continuously moved back and forth between the chest full of top-notch magic stones and Yang Feng. Even Angelina's beautiful eyes unconsciously flashed with a touch of absent-mindedness as she looked at the chest full of top-notch magic stones. Top-notch magic stones contained the purest magic energy, and were also the easiest magic energy for warlocks to absorb. A top-notch magic stone was equivalent to a charging device in battle. It could continuously restore a warlock's consumed spirit force and physical strength. A top-notch magic stone was equivalent to a terrifying elixir that could stably restore a certain amount of spirit force and physical strength. Such top-notch magic stones were priceless. They would generally fall into the hands of great warlocks and be used for cultivation. Ordinary warlocks would never even see one. The majority of the youngsters around the fiery dragon racetrack were incomparably wealthy second-generation warlocks, but only a few of them had seen top-notch magic stones. Many young beauties looked at Yang Feng with shining eyes, as if they had seen a super-rich husband. The complexions of Cookson and the other man became extremely unsightly. That chest of top-grade magic stones was worth more than 2 billion low-grade magic stones. Although the two of them were first-rate geniuses of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's younger generation, and had promoted to level 2 warlocks before the age of 50, but they still couldn't come up with such a huge sum of money. Yang Feng sneered and ridiculed. You two poor wastrels, if you don't have the ability to take out the corresponding treasures, then fuck off from St. Rose City. Gazes of pity and ridicule focused on Cookson and the other man, as if sharp swords were stabbing into their skin, causing them to feel some pain. Yang Feng looked down at Cookson's group of two, as if he was looking at two clowns. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of delight. The feeling of smashing people with magical stones was quite satisfying. Cookson's eyes turned red, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized bronze disc engraved with the sun, moon, and stars appeared in his hand. He shouted at Yang Feng. Who said that I don't have the stake? It was a planar astrolabe, a rank 5 secret treasure. In other planes, such a rank 5 secret treasure was called a semi-divine armament. The value of this semi-divine armament wasn't lower than your top-grade magic stones. Level 5 secret treasure. Semi-divine armament. He actually has a semi-divine armament. Voices of astonishment sounded. Practically everyone's gazes were firmly attracted by the bronze disc in Cookson's hand. In Tyrandot subcontinent, secret treasures of level 3 and above were very rare. Some great warlock rank experts didn't even have a single level 4 secret treasure. As for semi-divine armament rank level 5 secret treasures, even the great warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups might not have a single one. For Cookson to actually have a level 5 secret treasure, it was naturally very sensational, attracting the gazes of countless people. Even Dephilia's pretty face, which had always been indifferent, had a slight change as she stared fixedly at that planar astrolabe. Eunice transmitted her voice. Planar astrolabe is a must-have item for great warlock rank and above experts to travel between planes. Without a planar astrolabe, even if it's a great warlock rank expert, once their fleshly body leaves our world, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the depths of the boundless star sea. If they want to go to the connection point of the countless planes, then without a planar astrolabe, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the star boundary. In addition, the planar astrolabe still has another function, that is, it can be used to stabilize the planar passageway. If the planar passageway has a planar astrolabe, then it can become even more stable, allowing even more formidable existences to pass through. For warlocks, planar travel was the most dangerous, but also the most profitable risky activity. Once a formidable human warlock descended to a plane and successfully became the plane's ruler, then they would obtain extremely terrifying benefits. The world of warlocks that Tyrannid subcontinent was attached to strictly prohibited large-scale evil human experiments. However, other planes didn't have such restrictions. Some wicked and formidable human warlocks would seize a plane, use that plane as a base, and raise humans in captivity to carry out evil experiments. If a warlock wanted to travel from one plane to another with their fleshly body, then there were three main methods. The first method was to use their fleshly body to fly into the boundless starry sky, and then use the starry sky plane's coordinates to go to another plane. The second method was to use their fleshly body to enter the connection point of the countless planes, the star boundary, and then search for the coordinates of another plane from the star boundary. The third method was to use a constructed planar passageway, and then go to another plane from the planar passageway. Apart from these three methods, the other methods of using the fleshly body to enter another plane all had huge hidden dangers. As for using projection, avatar, embodiment, and other methods to enter another plane, they wouldn't be able to display the terrifying strength of their true body. To carry out planar travel, it wasn't enough to just have a planar passageway, but also required all kinds of treasures to stabilize the planar passageway. Otherwise, formidable warlocks simply wouldn't be able to pass through the planar passageway, and only some weak existences could pass through the planar passageway. The planar astrolabe was such a treasure that could stabilize the planar passageway. It was extremely important for Yang Feng. After Cookson took out the semi-divine armament planar astrolabe, he enjoyed everyone's envious gazes for a while, before giving birth to a feeling of regret. Shit, since this planar astrolabe has been exposed, then it'll be very difficult to keep it. Cookson's regret flashed past his eyes, then his gaze fell on Yang Feng's chest of top-notch magic stones, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. However, as long as I win that chest of top-notch magic stones, then even if I offer this planar astrolabe to the organization, they won't treat me unfairly. For the current me, a chest of top-notch magic stones and the organization's rewards are much more useful than the planar astrolabe. The semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was only of great use to experts at the great warlock rank and above who needed to carry out planar travel. For experts below the great warlock rank, the planar astrolabe wouldn't be of any use. For Cookson, the value of the planar astrolabe was far less than that of a chest of top-notch magic stones. Cookson said coldly, "How about it? This treasure of mine isn't worth less than 2 billion magic stones, right?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and downplayed the value of the planar astrolabe. The planar astrolabe, although this treasure is a semi-divine armament, but its range of use is too narrow. Only experts at the great warlock rank and above can use it. If this treasure was in the main continent, then its value would be at least 2 billion magic stones. However, in Tyrannid subcontinent, to be able to auction it for 1 billion magic stones is already very amazing. Cookson's complexion at once became extremely unsightly. He couldn't deny Yang Feng's words. If the semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was in the main continent, then it would definitely be priceless, a treasure that would cause countless experts to fight over. But in Tyrannid subcontinent, it would appear to be of little value. It wasn't that the planar astrolabe wasn't good, but rather that it was too high-end, so high-end that no one in Tyrannid subcontinent could use it. A secret treasure without any use value, for warlocks, was equivalent to a waste. That's right, this planar astrolabe is useless. Yeah, although this planar astrolabe is a semi-divine armament, but it doesn't have any offensive or defensive spells attached. Apart from positioning in the starry sky and stabilizing the planar channel, It doesn't have the slightest use. Tarandit's subcontinent doesn't have a planar channel, nor does it have any starry sky warlock rank experts. This planar astrolabe is basically useless. I reckon that in Tarandit's subcontinent, the most useless semi-divine armament is this planar astrolabe. Haha. Bursts of laughter came from those youngsters. After recovering from the shock of the semi-divine armament, they saw the value of the planar astrolabe. Wuxia had kept this planar astrolabe in his hands and hadn't sold it, because in Tarandit's subcontinent, this planar astrolabe really couldn't be sold for a good price. Yang Feng's tone changed as he said, "However, I'm a magnanimous person, and I'm bound to promote to a starry sky warlock or above expert in the future. I'm also a bit interested in this planar astrolabe, so I'll reluctantly let you use it as a wager." In order to ensure fairness, let's have Angelina be the notary, and both of us will place the wager with her. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief and handed the planar astrolabe to Angelina. All right. Yang Feng also handed the chest of top-notch magic stones worth 2 billion magic stones to Angelina. Angelina was Rose Empire's first-in-line successor, and in St. Rose City, she represented Rose Garden's face. She naturally couldn't embezzle Yang Feng's and Wuxia's wager. A trifling chest of top-notch magic stones and a trash-like planar astrolabe wasn't enough for Rose Garden to throw away its face. Yang Feng waved his hand, and another 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared on the ground. He said with a cold smile, "Raimont, these are 10 chests of superior magic stones. They're worth approximately 150 million inferior magic stones. If you want to wager with me, then take out the corresponding treasure. If not, then please get the hell out of St. Rose City, and don't stay here to make a fool of yourself." Chapter 143. 10 chests of superior magic stones. So rich. Steel City is really too rich. No wonder they could invite Snow White Madam to join them. How could Steel City be so rich? Seeing the 10 chests of superior magic stones, the eyes of those princeling warlocks turned bloodshot. Although superior magic stones weren't as priceless as top-notch magic stones, but they were still extremely precious treasures. The pure magic energy contained within superior magic stones was also of great benefit to great warlocks. A level 1 warlock would treasure a superior magic stone as if it was a secret treasure, and would only use it to practice cultivation when breaking through bottlenecks. Only Tarandit subcontinent's great warlock rank experts would have a large amount of superior magic stones. Raimon's complexion alternated between green and white from Yang Feng's words. It was extremely unsightly. If he were to leave St. Rose City with his tail between his legs, then his reputation in Tarandit subcontinent would be completely ruined. His position in White Elephant's Ivory would also plummet. White Elephant's Ivory was filled with geniuses. The competition was extremely fierce. With great difficulty, Raimont became the #1 genius of White Elephant's Ivory's younger generation. He didn't want to fall from this position. Once he fell, then there would be countless geniuses eyeing his position covetously, stepping on him to ascend. Raimont's complexion changed several times, before he finally clenched his teeth, fished out a box from his bosom and opened it, revealing an incomparably resplendent crystal core. This is a Komara lava boa's crystal core. Komara lava boas are existences comparable to dragons. After reaching adulthood, they possess battle prowess comparable to that of great warlock rank experts. If this crystal core is auctioned, then it should be able to fetch 150 million magic stones. There was also a disparity in strength between great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Extraordinary life forms like dragons were definitely at the pinnacle of the same rank. An adult great warlock rank dragon could definitely deal with 3 great warlock rank extraordinary life forms like Sphinx lava direwolves. Since Komara lava boas were existences comparable to dragons, then once their crystal cores appeared in an auction house, they would definitely be able to fetch at least 100 million magic stones. This was also a kind of priceless treasure. It was a first-rate material used to refine many legend-rank secret treasures. Not bad. I like this crystal core very much. It's barely qualified to gamble with me. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and handed the 10 chests of superior magic stones to Angelina. Raimont snorted coldly and handed the core to Angelina. If I take away all of these bets, I'll be rich. Angelina looked at the astronomical amount of bets and treasures in her hands. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of greed in the depths of her heart. Even great warlock rank experts would be tempted by such a huge amount of wealth. She was just a trifling level 3 warlock, so she would naturally be tempted. Now I will announce the rules of the competition. Each car was limited to 2 people, and the driving distance was 458 kilometers on the Fiery Dragon racetrack. While driving, you are not allowed to directly use magic to attack the other party's driver or vehicle. Can use the vehicle's attacks to attack the enemy. The first one to finish the race wins. Angelina quickly calmed herself down and said with a smile. The magic sports car race was different from the races on Earth. In the magic sports car race, it was possible to use the vehicle's attack system to attack the enemy's vehicle and driver. This kind of race was more cruel, but also more exciting. It was deeply loved by princeling warlocks. I'll open the bets. I'll only accept bets on me to lose. Those who want to bet on me to lose, feel free to do so. Magic stones, secret treasures, gold, as long as it's valuable, it can be used as a wager. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and waved his hand. Shortly after, 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared before everyone's eyes. The superior magic stones' resplendent demonic radiance dazzled people's eyes. He said extremely heroically, "These are 10 chests of superior magic stones. You don't have to worry that I won't be able to pay up. I'll bet 10,000 magic stones. I'll bet 30,000 magic stones." The princeling warlocks gathered in the vicinity of the Fiery Dragon racetrack were all hot-blooded youngsters who wished for the world to be in chaos. They came to Yang Feng's side one after another and bet with him. Eunice gave an extremely flirtatious smile, attracting the gazes of nearly 90% of the male princeling warlocks. "Those who want to bet with my young master, come and register." The princeling warlocks in the vicinity of the Fiery Dragon racetrack came to Eunice's side and began to register. Dephilia transmitted her voice. "Are you short on magic stones? Although these little fellas' families are rich, but taking out 10,000 to 20,000 magic stones is already their limit. If these little fellas come and bet with you, you'll at most be able to earn a few million inferior magic stones." Yang Feng had a worried look on his face as he sighed in disappointment. "A mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. I have to support such a large family, so I can't do without magic stones." After the registration was completed, dozens of magic sports cars appeared on the Fiery Dragon racetrack. Angelina looked at Dephilia beside Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she asked curiously, "Yang Feng, are you sure you want to bring people on board?" Even great warlocks would be tempted by this world-shaking magic sports car wager. The rest of the people wished that there was nothing on board. Yang Feng actually brought along a living person. He looked like an idiot who didn't understand anything. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right. In such a world-shaking wager, he still doesn't forget to pick up girls. This Yang Feng is indeed a sex fiend among sex fiends. Amazing, he's even picking up girls in such a wager. This method is really brilliant. In this way, I'm afraid that the girl will be dead set on him. Such a brilliant method of picking up girls. However, that chick seems to be a bit too young. He actually likes this kind of taste. What a pervert." Whispers sounded from the side. Quite a few princeling warlocks revealed looks of sudden realization. They followed suit and quickly invited their female companions to board their vehicles. Cookson sneered and said with ridicule, "You're really an idiot. In such a race, even if you reduce the weight by 1 kilogram, it might decide the outcome of the race. I'm really happy to see that you're so stupid." Yang Feng gave a faint smile without saying a word. He took Dephilia towards the Type 1 lightning dragon. Dephilia suddenly transmitted, "You actually chose me as your companion, that's really shameless." Dephilia was a great warlock rank expert. If they fought head-on, then she would definitely die. Even if one of her hands was tied, she would still be able to easily beat up everyone here. The corners of Dephilia's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and she transmitted, "However, I like this kind of shamelessness. I've helped you so much, so give me 50 of the top-notch magic crystals." Yang Feng also revealed a trace of a smile and transmitted, "Deal." The Fiery Dragon Extreme Speed Racetrack was extremely spacious. It could accommodate 20 magic sports cars simultaneously. However, the number of magic sports cars participating in this race was as high as 153. Therefore, the vehicles of Yang Feng, Cookson, and Raimont, the 3 great experts, were arranged in the last row. The first few rows were arranged for magic sports cars with generally acknowledged poor performance. Such an arrangement was mainly to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a huge advantage, and to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a chance. Next to Yang Feng's nouveau riche 10-seater Type 1 Lightning Dragon, there were 3 sports cars parked. One was Cooksen's beloved White Tiger Behemoth Chariot, the other was Rymont's beloved Thunderbolt Chariot with countless lightning symbols, and the last one was a pure red rose chariot with a rose motif. Yang Feng swept the red rose chariot with a glance and said, "Angelina, why are you also participating in this race?" Angelina, dressed in red tights, gave a tender and charming smile, her beautiful eyes seemingly burning with a fierce fighting spirit. "I'm very fond of magic sports car races. Yang Feng, even if it's you, I still won't lose. However, I don't have any malice towards you. I'm only betting 3,000 magic stones. Unfortunately, you're bound to lose." "That's not necessarily true. Let the race officially begin." Bisca waved her hand. Her words had yet to fall, when the magic sports car at the forefront flickered with intense fluctuations of magic and, with a rumble, rushed forward like a hurricane. "Take a look at how awesome I am." Cookson gave a furious roar, and his tremendous spirit force quickly poured into the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. 2 huge wings quickly extended from the front of the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. Simultaneously, the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot only took a second to accelerate to 110 km per hour, before flapping its wings and riding a hurricane to rise. It rushed above the magic sports cars in front of it, crushed the top of the magic sports cars, and charged forward. Rymont's Thunderbolt Chariot instantly flickered with lightning, a gale billowed, and like a streak of lightning, it rushed forward, crushing the magic sports cars in front of it and rushed into the sky. "Yang Feng, I'll be going first." Angelina gave a sweet smile, operated her magic power, and countless red rose petals suddenly extended from the rose chariot, forming a rose bridge. The rose chariot crushed the rose bridge, easily crossed the magic sports cars in front of it, and sped into the distance. The obstacles that seemed insurmountable on Earth were easily crossed by the magic sports cars with different extraordinary powers. After Cookson's group of 3 sped from the rear to the front, the more than 20 magic sports cars very tacitly slowed down and firmly blocked in front of Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. "A bunch of idiots. Get out of my way." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. He fiercely stepped on the accelerator and pressed a button. Shortly after, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's engine issued rumbling sounds akin to a giant beast's roar. Within a second, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed instantly soared to 200 km per hour, before fiercely crashing into the rear of a magic sports car in front of it. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the magic sports car was forcibly sent flying by Yang Feng. It tumbled several times in midair, before crashing outside the racetrack. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.